All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being patient. Sorry for the interruption. It is 6:01 p.m. I'm calling to order the Huntley School District 158 agenda, or the meeting for the Committee of the Whole. It is Thursday, December 4th, 2025. Can I have roll call, please?
Mr. Bivens?
Here.
Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Feckety?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino? Mrs. Murray?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here. Number 2, Pledge of Allegiance, please. Come on in a little bit more, so we can get everybody in. All right, if you would all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Good evening. We are so happy to have our December Huntley High Five winners here tonight. They are going to take turns coming up, introducing themselves, and then Ms. Lombard is going to read their nomination. So we're going to start with Everly.
Hi, Miss Everly. I'm Cheswick. I'm in kindergarten.
Everly, and here's what your teacher had to say about you. Everly shines here at Cheswick. She is kind and caring to others. If anyone needs help, she's the first one to step up. She takes pride in her schoolwork and asks questions when she needs to. She respects others by using kind words and following the rules. She's responsible by finishing her work and being ready for what comes next. And if she makes a mistake, she says so and apologizes. She's safe by following the champ's expectations and reminding all of her friends to do the same. She is involved in conversations, shares her ideas, and wants to hear others' input. Everly is a bright light that deserves to be celebrated. Congratulations.
My name is Sarah. I'm in 4th grade and I go to Conley.
And Sarah, here's what your teacher had to say. Sarah is a wonderful example of what a Conley Coyote should be. She comes to school each day with a positive attitude and a smile on her face. She's a role model of what active participants should be. Her work is neat, her desk and cubby are organized, and she shares her ideas regularly with the class. Not only is Sarah a hard worker who follows the expectations, but she's also respected by her peers. She never hesitates to help others and always does so in a friendly manner. I am so proud of Sarah's efforts each and every day, and so are we. Congratulations.
Hi, my name is Bing, and I'm in kindergarten, and my school name is Brookhaven.
And thanks, here's what your teacher had to say. Banks consistently makes excellent choices in the classroom and sets a positive example for your peers every day. She's willing, always willing to help others, often stepping in with kindness and initiative. Now, this wasn't today, but today when they wrote this. Today, I noticed that when a friend was asked to put something away, she immediately went over to offer support when they were struggling. Her willingness to try her best and lend a helping hand truly shines and makes our classroom a better place. Congratulations.
My name is Ashlyn. I'm in 5th grade and I go to Martin.
Ashlyn, here's what your teacher, Ms. Meyer, said. Ashlyn leads by example through her positive attitude, strong work habits, and commitment to doing her very best every day. She takes her academics seriously, consistently sets high expectations for herself, and follows classroom expectations without hesitation. Ashlyn is also supportive and caring classmate. She encourages others, offers help when she sees a need, and contributes to the positive learning environment for everyone around her. Her leadership shines not only through her efforts, but in the way she lifts others up. We're so proud to have Ashlyn represent Martin Elementary. Congratulations.
My name is Owen. I'm in 4th grade. And I go to Laguia.
And do you want to hear what your nominator said? Owen is an amazing first grader. He works hard in class on all of his assignments. He is kind and respectful to his classmates and his teachers. He makes great choices and shows what a responsible, involved, and safe Laguia Leopard should be. Great job, Owen. Congratulations.
My name's Maddox. I'm in 7th grade, and I go to Heinemann.
All right, and this was your whole team that nominated you. Maddox is an amazing student who is involved, kind, and hardworking. The 7th grade team has been impressed by your friendly demeanor and hard work and dedication all month. Maddox represents the portrait of a learner through his skilled communication and being an empowered learner. Maddox took the lead role in the musical The Lion King and used his communication skills to really wow the audience and his peers. He's inspired others within the classroom and embraces the challenges presented in front of him with a positive can-do attitude. Congratulations.
Hi, my name is Chase Gilliam. I'm in 8th grade and I go to Marla Middle School.
And Chase, this was your whole pod. Chase exemplifies the core values of an engaged and responsible citizen through his proactive leadership and genuine dedication to his peers. He consistently translates empathy into action, most notably by founding a new club at Marlowe specifically designed to address student interests. The initiative demonstrates his commitment to embracing diverse perspectives and creating spaces where everyone feels included. Furthermore, his service on the student council highlights his ability to collaborate effectively and lead with integrity. Chase is a student who doesn't just talk about positive change, he makes the informed action necessary to make it happen. Congratulations.
My name is Dominic. High school freshman.
All right, and this, what your nominator was Ms. Barron. Dominic demonstrates strong perseverance and consistently puts forth their effort in daily tasks, eager to help peers and staff, often contributing positively to the classroom environment. You are kind and friendly toward peers and adults, often stepping in to help and create a welcoming classroom environment. Dominic communicates well with others, using positive interactions to build meaningful connections. Your upbeat attitude and positive outlook support both your own success and the success of everyone around you. Congratulations, Dominic. All right, now, that was the hard part, hearing all those wonderful things about you as everybody watched and listened. So now we're going to have you come on up here, and we have a certificate to congratulate you, and you will get your picture. And while they're coming up, parents, thank you so much for bringing them out tonight, but also raising wonderful young role models for the rest of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
You guys can come all the way up.
If you guys can look at me here, can you look at me here first? Thank you. All right. 1, 2, 3. And it's the parents' turn.
Thank you, everybody. Nice job. Congratulations. And then
Oh, okay, good.
I'm teasing. I can give you a hard time.
All right, Ms. Barr, item 3, public comment. Do we have anything? Nothing in the tray, okay. Moving on, revision and adoption of the agenda, item 4. Is there anything to revise and change on the agenda? Not hearing anything, I move to adopt the agenda as it is presented with no changes.
Second.
Second by Mr. Bobby. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries 6-0. Item 5, Curriculum and Instruction Committee. Mr. Becky, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, and I will turn it over to Dr. McCrindle for some information on the new high school science program.
All right, good evening, board. This evening, we do have an update regarding our science review as well as recommendation for some high school science materials coming your way. First of all, we follow a review process where we look at all of our different curriculum on a regular basis. So typically, it revolves around maybe the renewal of a resource, and then other times we do go ahead and make changes when updates might need to occur, either from state level changes, standards that might be changing, or just how students are doing. And so this review is a part of our natural cycle, and so science is up for review at the K-12 level. We begin looking at it to try to ensure that we are aligned to the standards, which are the Next Generation Science Standards, NGSS, which follow a three-dimensional approach, which they embed disciplinary core concepts, some science and engineering practices, as well as some cross-cutting concepts. A lot of our work has been aligned with our exploratory options over at our elementary level, as well as at our middle schools, and then as students go to high school, they can continue to take additional courses as well. So at the elementary level, we are not recommending any changes in regards to curricular or materials. We do have teachers, a team, taking a look at our current offerings, especially within our Explore Special, to see if there's any areas that we need to beef up or change out a unit to ensure our students are exposed at the right grade level to that, but we don't foresee needing to make a major adoption in regards to any type of curriculum to do that. We would utilize our existing structures to take care of that work and make sure we're staying up to date with what that special has to offer, as well as we're excited to continue to lean on Benchmark, our literacy curriculum, which does allow, which has, I'd say, half of the units are science-based, and so our students are able to learn and read within those science concepts already. And so we're going to continue to leverage those two resources and make changes as needed just through targeted normal review that we do as we include teachers and voice in those decisions. Our middle school teams are currently reviewing their science frameworks, and basically they just started meeting today with the 8th grade team, and we are going to wait until those teams meet to make any recommendations because we want to make sure our teachers' voices are heard and that they have a part in making a decision in regards to any type of materials. And so they're beginning to have conversations around curriculum maps, pacings, and assessments, and if there's any type of renewal of materials that would need to come, we would bring that to you this spring, and so we'll provide an update at that point. But tonight, we do have an update for high school. We have a couple of things within our high school sequence we wanted to highlight. Our first recommendation is to adjust the high school science course sequence at the high school level. A couple of years ago, we actually made a minor change to where I'd say 12 years ago, actually, we started with physics first as a high school. The reason that decision was made was because of our accelerated math placement track, and then when we had the medical academy, it made sense for students who would be going into the medical academy to do physics and then go ahead and go through chemistry or biology and then chemistry. We have since adjusted that to where biology did become our first choice, but then we still maintained physics and then chemistry. And what we've learned since that over the 12 years is that we have other academies, and kids are not just all going into the medical academy, they're going into different opportunities, and they're having different pathways, and there's different college and career readiness pathways. And so while the medical academy was the original thought, that was going to be the goal, we've made some tweaks, and we want to respond to where our students are. And so most curriculum do a sequence of biology as a freshman, sophomore year is chemistry, and then junior year is physics. ACT aligns to that as well. And so what we are recommending is actually following the normal sequence of what most traditional curriculum would say. First of all, with ACT, it aligns, but then also with math. And so what we are finding is what students are learning in math better aligns if they're taking junior year or physics to be better, more prepared to be able to take the ACT. Chemistry aligns more with what most students are taking their sophomore year, and then biology, we already made that shift. And so one of our recommendations would be to just reorder our courses for our students and go ahead and help make sure that we are meeting that in the right complexity and that order for our students. With that, we also started looking at some core science materials. We did go ahead and explore OpenSciEd, which is an open source online curriculum, and it has been endorsed by EdReports, which is a reputable organization that does go ahead and review different types of curriculum. It has gotten the top marks when it comes to that review, when they evaluate curriculum using some nationally recognized standards for coherence, usability, as well as alignment to standards. And it did meet all of that and was given a green rating. And so we believe at the high school level, we do want to go ahead and utilize that OpenSciEd resource as the main text for our students. We do not have a print recommendation for you yet because with an OpenSciEd resource or an open source resource, it's all online. You do have the option to purchase a teacher's manual if you would like to, as well as maybe a class set for students to have in the classroom of a text to refer to. But our teachers don't feel confident that they need either of those yet until we've actually got some time to play around in that system, and they want to make the right decision. And we don't want to just purchase something to purchase, and we don't want to make, we want to be fully responsible with this. And so what we have tonight is to go ahead and put this resource on 30-day review as a part of our normal process and get approval with our goal at the January board meeting so that then our teachers can begin working with this and building out their frameworks, and then we can make a decision at that point if we do need to buy hard covers of it. Obviously, a hard copy for a teacher's manual, we would definitely want to purchase that for our teachers if that's what they chose, and then potentially a classroom set, a one-time fee to be able to have a hard copy for kids to refer to. And so our next steps would again be put this on board approval for 30 days between now and January, and then upon approval, they would begin working on their framework throughout the spring. Our middle school teams would continue to be working on their, having those discussions. We'd bring any type of recommendation forward. We would probably have some dollars attached to that to either renew a resource or get something different if that's what is decided. And then we'd bring any type of need to purchase a teacher's manual or any types of class sets if we had to based off of the cost of that for the high school classrooms at that point. Our teachers would be continue engaging in some curriculum work throughout the spring as well as the summer. We'll be aligning their frameworks, they'll be writing some assessments, ensuring that we have hands-on experiences for our students. That's a top priority of our teaching staff, is that they want kids to be doing the science, not just reading about the science. And so we want to make sure that whatever resource we have, that we are embedding that into our curriculum for all students. And then the goal would be to have a full implementation of our revised science frameworks for next school year. And so we just want to present that to you tonight and be able to take any questions on that and be able to put these on review for approval at the next meeting. I did go ahead and put in the appendix just an outline of what the scope and sequences of those materials, as well as how those units are ordered. But again, the teachers would be working on this and deciding which ones we would do, which ones might need some tweaks, what we might need to add a little bit more to. And so we'd have a better idea once they've had time to do that work this spring. I'll take any questions.
I guess I'll just make a comment. I think this is our second open source curriculum, so I think that's impressive in itself. Hopefully the teachers have reviewed it and are okay with the approach. And then the question I have is around the printing. Is the printing cost from the open source publisher around the same as it would be to buy books from another place? Do we have the option to print ourselves?
So we have, that's a great question. So what the open source groups do is they partner with a couple of different partners to print, and so you can choose which one you want to partner with. So the costs are, I would say they tend to be probably pretty equivalent, but you're not paying for the online platform access with that because that's free for students, so it's just literally the print material part.
Okay.
But we can also print ourselves and bind them. I know with illustrative math, we did take a look at if it would make sense to bind those because it was an annual, student workbook replenishment. We didn't go that route. But for something like this, maybe we would take a look at that differently. But
Yeah,
we can definitely explore that for sure.
Potentially support local printers.
Absolutely, yeah.
And but this is, I think it's great, and I'm glad that the teachers are looking at this, and you shouldn't have to pay for kind of the same curriculum over and over again.
Correct.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm not on the committee, but all the same, if a parent wants to view this, do we have to provide the device so that they can go through this because we don't have the print material?
Absolutely. So they can definitely reach out to the district office, to me, Mr. Truax, our curriculum director, or even the high school, Ms. Beer, our science department chair, and we would be happy to set that time up and be able to review that.
Okay. Yeah, in the old days,
We have,
they can come in and take a look at the textbook and be handed a physical.
yeah,
Different world.
we do have a Chromebook here that's all set up, and we can go ahead and give Linda Gray at the front office an access code that if someone did happen to walk in, that they could take a look at it at any point as well. But typically we have someone around that can go ahead and walk someone through it.
Just making
Yeah.
sure.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yep, thank you.
All right, hearing no other questions, do we move that forward? Yes? Mr. Roy?
Well, it goes through the display process, so I don't think that there's anything to it at this time.
Just that we're gonna do the 30 days and
Yeah,
then we put it
then
on
you're
the
gonna put it on
consent
display.
agenda in January, yes.
All right.
Thank
Do
you,
all of that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6.
All right. Item 6, Special Education Committee. I'm pleased to say Dr. Gill.
We'll stop feeling weird soon. Thank you. So I appreciate the opportunity to introduce our new family engagement liaison. Newish, started with us at the beginning of the school year, but this is really our first opportunity to bring her to a board meeting and let Ms. Ina Hall tell you a little bit about the work that she's continued from last year. So you know, as the board, what an important role our family engagement liaison has served to really advance our district in places where we're providing opportunities for meaningful inclusion and outreach to families and community partnerships. You would think that Ina has been with us for a very long time in the way that she has just very easily kind of navigated her way into our district and has already done some great things, but wanted her to have a few moments just to share with you what is coming up. So Ina, if you go to the top, see that little black, you can minimize it.
Oh, I was missing a step. I wasn't sure.
No, you're fine. And so I just wanted her to share with you some upcoming things we're working on. Some of them are an extension from last year, and some of them are brand new to us. So, Ina.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. Hello, everyone. My name is Ina Hall. It's not on?
We want to hear you.
Good evening, board. My name is Ina Hall. I'm the Family Engagement Liaison for Huntley School District. And I just want to begin by saying thank you to everyone for giving me the opportunity to have a job that I love. And sometimes I'm a little feeling guilty because, like, I'm working, but I'm enjoying it. I'm like, is anybody going to see that I'm, like, at my computer? And I am working, but I like, I'm relaxed, and I really love my job. So thank you so much. I'm going to just go right into the next few slides and talk about what's been keeping me very busy and very happy. I see this position having two main hats. One is the event planning for our school district, for our special service families, and for our all of our families throughout the whole entire district. And then also sprinkled in our community members getting invited to different events that we're planning. One of the other parts to my job, the other hat, is then that liaison, and I see myself getting phone calls from various people from school, direct phone calls from parents, and I feel like this position is that bridge for communication between schools and family and then the community resources. These following slides are just going to kind of showcase what I've been doing. The Special Education Transition Talk is now called Thriving Future Talks, and we made this change right at the very beginning because Dr. Gill had mentioned that, you know, there's a big push, right, to make sure that all students are included. And these Thriving Future Talks, which we're calling now, were Special Education Transition Talks. And that word transition, we often identify those kids transitioning out of high school. So our goal is to include all students, you know, from pre-K all the way through those transition years. So we brainstormed and we came up with Thriving Future Talks, which is now kind of more general, where we want all those families to come. And I'm happy to report that we do have younger children, or I should say the parents of our younger IEP learnings coming to these talks. And I would say the numbers are a little bit higher than they have been. We're going to keep pushing for different marketing strategies. When I push that button and send out several thousand text messages and emails, and we get, you know, maybe 20 people, like I want shoulder to shoulder. I want that problem, right? That would be a really good problem to have. So that's one of my goals, is to continue growing these talks. I'm not going to list all of these Thriving Future Talk topics, but I will point out that we sent a survey out a few months ago to all of our IEP learning families, asking what topics they wanted to learn more about. And we've been very strategic and picked topics out for the rest of the school year based on what our families are asking for. And I'm flexible too. If there's something that there's a specific topic that keeps coming up over and over again, then we're going to maybe pivot and offer that as well. In addition to all of these, or maybe we'll replace it, or, you know, what we really want to cater to our families and give them the resources that they need. Family Learning Series is another event that I've been planning. This is a quarterly event. We've had two so far. In October, we focused on chronic absenteeism and how we can help families get those kids out of the door when they're refusing to come to school. And then just this past Tuesday, we had a social worker talk about making spirits bright, strategies for winter well-being, focusing on those, those gray days of winter when you don't find the motivation to be your best self. And she did a really nice job giving strategies on what you can do right at home to be the best parent you can be, or best student you can be. And then second semester is to be determined. Today we started a 3-week training. It's just one day for 2 hours, but it's every Thursday for the next 3 weeks, and we are offering a free CTI training to parents and caregivers. And I believe this is going to be going on for a while. I know if there's more interest in it in the spring, we can also offer it again. This is new and exciting. I'm excited. This is December 17th. We have created a Thriving Parent Support Group, and this is in conjunction with the Thriving Future Talk. So it's for families of IEP learners. And we had parents saying, you know, they're nervous. Like, what happens when my student transitions out of school and the school bus stops picking them up? Like, where are my resources going to come from? So this parent support group, ideally, is going to be a parent-led support group. I'm stepping into that role right now until we have like a solid group of people who want to take on that responsibility. We do have one parent who's going to be like the liaison. So she's going to come to all the support groups, and she's going to make sure everyone feels welcome. I'm going to do that too. I'll just add that in there. But, you know, just so we've all been in those situations when we're standing in a room full of people and we don't know anybody and it's a little awkward. And we're going to make sure that they feel welcome so they continue to go back. And the whole goal is that they become friends. So when their fifth grader is having issues, they're going to be like, oh, I remember meeting Pat at the support group. I'm going to call her right now because she went through the same thing. Just so when that school bus does stop, they still have that support. This will be a monthly support group, and we're going to do it in different local businesses. This month it's going to be at the Lincoln House Coffee, and then next month in January it's going to be at Mork's Chocolate Factory, or I don't know if it's factory anymore. I think it used to be called that. This is another event that I'm super excited about. It's the interactive wellness and health fair. I believe in the past it was the mental health fair. We kind of changed the word so it's a bit more positive. So I don't, you know, mental health has that stigma, and we want to make sure everybody is comfortable and excited to be here for a wellness and health fair. It's going to be interactive. So every single vendor is asked to have some type of interactive fun game. So families and children, community members, our students can go to these tables, get some valuable information, and interact with a game, might it be, or whoever is at that table. It's much more, I think, valuable when you're having that interaction rather than walking from table to table and grabbing pamphlets and putting them in a bag, and you might not even look in that bag again.
I know. Is it a mic? Is it a bad mic?
I think,
Okay.
I think it's have your button, turn it off for a second.
I didn't even think the microphone was on. It is on? Okay.
We have a problem we've been trying to track down. Oh? Not you.
Okay, well, that's very nice.
You're fine, you're
That
fine.
mic.
That'd be funny.
I don't know. It's on the green light's on. Okay, so where was I? The interactive part of it. And another change this year is from 10 to 11, we're opening the doors for a sensory-friendly event. So this is going to be for all of our IEP learners and their families to come before the crowds come, before it gets loud and overwhelming. We want them to be welcome. The last thing I want is for a family who would like to come, not come because they're worried how they're, you know, the loud noises or how their child might react from whatever it might be, right? So we're going to open it an hour early just for those families. They are more than welcome to stay till 1:30 if they're enjoying themselves. But for that first hour though, it's for our sensory-friendly friends. Does anyone have any questions so far?
And do you want to explain the new location too?
Oh, yeah, sure. We are having it at the Huntley Public Library. In the past, it was at the Park District, and this is just an open, bright, and if you have gone to the library, it is bustling. And if anything, we're going to attract more people to come to this fair because there are already a lot of people going to this library, and I thought it was a perfect place to have it. And it's probably the most beautiful library I've ever seen here in Colfax. Our Future Ready for All Transition Resource Fair. This is partnered on the same date as our college and career fair at the high school. I think this is the second year that Huntley has done that. Which, again, we want to include everyone in all of the events. So having it paired on the same night, there might be students who want to go to the transition fair, but then they can go right down the hallway to the college and career fair as well. That's going to be April 15th, and we are having it in a new space. It's going to be in the Field House hallway, which is a nice wide hallway with carpeting. So again, we're being, you know, careful to choose a space that could possibly be more quiet than a loud, echoey gym for those who might be more sensitive to loud noises. And it's closer to the gym. I believe they had to walk quite a ways away from where they parked to the location of the transition fair in the past. So this year, it's going to just be more convenient for everybody. Here's another sensory-friendly event we have planned in January. We've partnered with Salon Mac & Co. They are located in Crystal Lake, but they're on the corner of Ackman and Randall, so that's pretty close to our Huntley families. They're going to be opening their doors up on a Sunday, and we're going to have haircuts for our friends who might not want blow dryers going on. They might not want to have their hair washed. They might not want to wear the cape. So for the families that this, you know, is going to work well for, we're going to ask the families to fill out a simple form asking for more specifics, like, does your son or daughter want to stay away from the hair washing or the cape? You know, being very specific on what it is that they need. And they are also giving us a nice discount on the haircuts too, which I appreciate. Rockin' the Spectrum, they are housed in Crystal Lake. It's a family nonprofit. They started it. They have special needs child of their own, and they were like, what can we do with our own daughter? And if we're you know, like for fun, or we want to go to an event, but she might not necessarily be comfortable with the entire event. And then where do we go when she needs a break? So they founded Rockin' the Spectrum. They have a sensory tent, which is off to the side, and it has sensory bins and adult coloring books and silencing headphones, and they are thrilled to come to some of our events. I know we're going to do the Hoop Nanny next year, and Huntley Fall Fest is on board with it. I've got lots of ideas to include them in other areas, like maybe it's a homecoming dance, maybe it's a homecoming football game. Wherever we want more inclusion for these kiddos, Rockin' the Spectrum would be more than thrilled to be a part of it. And this is my other hat that I was talking about. This is that bridge. So these are just some of the areas that I've been focusing in on, and really I just roll with what's needed. So when I get that call from a school or a parent, I gather up the information, whatever's most convenient for them, right? I've gone to the library and met a parent. I've done some home visits. I've offered to go and get coffee and talk to the parents. My office, they can come there, and then I talk to them. I send it in writing, and I just follow up and make sure that they have my contact information, make sure that they know. If they don't know who to go to, I want them to know they can come to me, and I will find that person that they need to talk to in order to get those resources that they need. And I gathered a collective list of many different resources and different agencies and organizations that now is up on our website, and I think it's been shared on our social media. Well, that is it. Oh, the new logo's new, which I think is just adorable. You know, you see the graduate holding the parent's hand, and then the other hand, they're getting more independent. That's our goal, I think. So is there any other questions? Okay,
Any other questions for Ms. Hall?
thank you very
I
much.
just wanna say, Ms. Hall, this is remarkable, all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I had the opportunity to join the Special Ed Education Advisory Committee last night, and when you were speaking last night, I honestly, as Dr. Gill said, thought you've been working here for years with the amount of work that you've already put in and your time here. This is truly amazing. I
Thank you.
think the one thing that you had mentioned certainly is true, that rings true to so many families, is that day the bus stops coming.
Mhm.
And so it just was really pleased to see that you already are beginning to address that issue specifically. Is that our students do, at some point, exit the school system.
Mhm.
Where do they go from there?
Yeah.
So I appreciate you and all you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate you noticing. Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Dr. Gill, anything else?
That's all, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. All right, we'll pass this on to Mr. Craddy for the Finance Committee.
All right, thank you very much. 7.1, monthly fiscal updates, Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. The only thing I want to add on the monthly fiscal updates is we did provide you a mid-year operational efficiency per the fifth pillar of the strategic plan update. As a reminder, operational efficiencies are kind of defined as follows, right? They fit in one of four different categories. Number one, it's a labor efficiency. Number two, it's a hard cost savings, maybe a project such as LED lighting or the like. Internal controls, right, to prevent loss of money that, well, we don't know we lost unless we're providing and doing some internal audits and things of that nature. Or a revenue opportunity, because we could always use some additional revenue. So after meeting with all of the departments and kind of building that culture as we have done for the last several years, I didn't list every single item that we have come up with, but I will tell you that when we meet with departments and we meet with my team, you know, we're looking at everything. If there's a way to save $1,000 or $2,000, we're putting it down. If we come up with an idea for an internal audit that maybe we can't get to right away because of things we have going on, such as the Skyward implementation. By the way, that is an operational efficiency by itself and will be. You know, we put it down because we don't want to lose sight of it. So what I've noted here are some things that we are looking at now. I'm not going to read every single one of them here, but a few of them to highlight. Identifying opportunities to increase the lifespan of laptops from 4 to 5 years. We're going to talk about inflation here shortly because inflation is a real thing. Next year, CDW expects laptops to increase in price by 11 or 12%, and Chromebooks by as much as maybe 20%, right? So we need to start looking at the life cycle of some of our equipment. Last year, I think in the previous year, we kind of switched around how we're allocating our Chromebooks to students to maximize one additional year on how we're rotating through the students and the Chromebooks. So we'll continue to look at those opportunities surrounding that. Replacing automatic flush valves. Yeah, I think we told you the story about that one on this campus. We're looking to complete that project on the Harmony Road campus. We also have the community solar implementation I noted here, and I do want to highlight that just kicked off within a few weeks ago. In fact, it should be just a few weeks before we start seeing credits on our ComEd bills moving forward, because we do receive a percentage of what is being produced. We do receive a credit coming back to the district on top of the cash farm rental increase that is a result of that community solar. Lighting retrofits, right? We are not fully LED yet. Cheswick, as well as certain lighting over at the high school, I believe, there's still fluorescent, so there's still some LED project opportunity there. But we saved that project for last only because it's going to be a little costly. It's going to be costly, and we're going to have to analyze what the break even is on that via a guaranteed energy savings contract. So we'll be looking into that as well. I think that's the last thing I'll highlight. There are several things there I'll let you look at, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have on the monthly fiscal update.
Questions from the committee? Rest of the board?
Hearing none, moving to 7.2, payables.
Nothing to add.
Questions? Yes, moving on to 7.3, revenue and expenditures report.
Thank you. In front of you, you have the 4 month ended October 2025 financial executive summary. I'm trying to do a few different things here. I'm trying to get my next item up on the screen here because I'm going to be doing a presentation. So give me 1 second before I lose that. There you go. For the 4 months ended October, you know, although it's 4 months into the year, it's really only 2 months into the operational school year. You know, I will tell you, looking at everything, it's really hard to trend everything out for the year end to tell you where we're going to end up at year end versus budget. But I can tell you, as we talk about it every single month, we do talk about health insurance. It is the one largest variable that we have as a district, right? It's probably one of the largest line items we have. It's the largest line item we have that we really can't control our own destiny on. And unfortunately, we had a $1.7 million claim month, one of the largest claim months we've ever had. And as a result of that, we are certainly trending well above where we were last year. And right now, we're trending at about $1.4 million over on that line item. That's assuming that we continue the same 4 months trend throughout the rest of the year. So, you know, we'll continue to look at that. We continue to have conversations with Blue Cross Blue Shield. We continue to look at the claims coming in and understanding our large claimants. They're real, right? We've got some major issues, major health issues within our plan, our experience, our membership. And, you know, all we can do is continue to look at that and kind of work through things with Blue Cross Blue Shield. I do want to note, obviously, we are approaching January here. We'll be rolling into a new plan year. We did make some changes to the plan. So hopefully, from January, February, and March, as a result of those plan changes, we will see some benefit as well to the overall expense that we're seeing on the district's financials. Other than that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have based on the executive summary and revenue and expenditure reports provided.
Questions on the revenue and expenditures report?
Just a quick question. On the interest earnings, is that interest rate that affected that, or?
Well, that's two things, but you have to remember, we do have a lot of investments in long-term.
Right.
And we won't recognize that interest earning until they come off of, right?
It's timing.
Right, it very well could be timing, exactly. We are obviously, in the short term, we're seeing about a 1% downturn from where we were last year, for sure, which is why we brought the budget down a little bit on that, but we'll continue to monitor that as, you know, as things come off and we have to reinvest, yes, there's absolutely an impact, but there's a lot of long-term investments out there that we have yet to recognize the revenue.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Not, we'll move ahead to 7.4, revenue contract.
Really nothing to add. We do have we have track and field, two Effinger Consulting Fundraiser University crowdfunding contract. If you can see, they actually did modify the earning percentage down from 30% to 25%. We are continuing, you know, we had this discussion just a few weeks ago. We're continuing to have a discussion with the team. We're continuing to meet with crowdfunding companies to make sure that, you know, our ultimate goal is to meet with one, to have one, to do everything, and get really reasonable rates, more so than even what you're seeing here. That's still going to take a little bit of time. The team has met and pulled together a lot of process changes within fundraising as well as activities. And once all of that is final, as I've committed to the board previously, we will then share all that with you. But I did want to share that brief update. We did have another meeting about a week ago, but we continue to have, if you will, negotiations and discussions with several of these crowdfunding companies so that we can find the right one. We certainly just don't want to choose the wrong one, because we do want to make sure that, that they can fit the needs of all of our activities and all of our clubs. Any questions?
Any questions? All right, we'll move to 7.5, abatement options and discussion.
Okay. You can see I put a presentation up on the screen, and it's levy and abatement update, because a lot of this is really pertaining to the abatement discussion as well as, well, the levy discussion as to why we're asking the community for 2.9%, right? It's why we ask the community every year for the maximum, if you will. So I did want to pull together a presentation kind of outlining our recommendation and why we're recommending at this time, unfortunately, at this time, not recommending an abatement. I'm going to switch it up here a little bit. You can see I'm going to fly through this presentation because I do want to start with this, right? And I say unfortunately because, I think we as a district, and personally, I'm exceptionally proud, we should all be incredibly proud of what we've been able to do for the community over the last 15 to 17 years, right? This is a chart showing that over the last 14 years, 11 out of the last 14 years, we have abated. We have helped our community substantially. You can see in the very first almost 5, 6, 7 years, we almost kept the impact to the taxpayer at way less than 1%, right, on average, right? And you can see that we've always tried to do the right thing. If we've had extra dollars in hand, if we had grant money in hand as we did from 2013 through 2018, we set that $2.4 million aside. We did that on purpose so that we can help the community with their taxes by lowering and abating debt. So it's not an easy decision for administration at all to say this is a year for which we don't feel like we can do this, because historically we have a pretty good track record that we want to do this if we can. But I'm going to share several slides with you as to the reasons supporting our recommendation of not. I also want to share this slide while we're over here because, well, it shows you, and we talk about this all the time, right? Not only have we abated debt 11 out of the last 14 years, but we have a pretty low tax rate. And if you live in Crystal Lake and you're paying taxes to 47 and 155, you're paying approximately $3,000 more if you're living in a same market value home in Crystal Lake than you are in Huntley, right? And I would challenge that we're a better district on top of it, so we're providing a return on investment to our community that's pretty substantial. So I think that that's also important. If we had a very, very high tax rate, if we had the highest tax rate here, I might be thinking differently, but we don't. Okay, so I did want to make that point. Let's go back to the beginning. Our why, right? But here's our focus, and I do want to start with this as well because this is the 5th pillar of our strategic plan, and I love our strategic plan because it's Huntley 2030, building tomorrow together, and you're going to see that we're going to have to build this together because we have a lot of work to do. We're going to have a lot of hard decisions to make, and under that 5th pillar, we have 3 different bullet points, and all 3 of these bullet points are kind of really to the point of this discussion. Number 1 is the first, key performance indicator we have is maximizing operational efficiency, innovation, and trying to find alternative funding sources. And when we built this strategic plan with the community, right, we put that in there on purpose because we knew that the out years were going to be tough. We knew that we had to do this in order to, if we could save $1,000 or $2,000 or it's $50,000, right? We have to do it because we know what the future holds. So that's kind of an important point. The second point is prioritizing and allocating funds to support student learning, right? That's really most important, right? We need resources to do the things that we need to do for students. And whether that's a roof replacement, that's a chiller replacement, or that's just to balance the budget, right? So to speak, right? We need to make sure that every dollar we spend, we're spending it wisely. And then lastly, the third bullet point is just maintaining financial integrity, transparency. But I think the point that I really want to make on this one is following the fiscal health guidelines and the annual fund balances in accordance with district policy and state standards. And that's our fund balance policy. That's what this is really referring to. It's saying, hey, we want to stay at the recognition status, right? We need to be budgeting an operating surplus each year. And hopefully we can be budgeting an operating surplus whereby our fund balance isn't coming down too much, because we really do need to keep our fund balance above 25%. And the state has that plateau of 25% as a standard for districts, is because the state knows that the majority of our revenue is received from property taxpayers in the months of June and in the months of September here outside of Chicago. And knowing that, right, if we didn't have a 25% fund balance, we would run out of cash at the end of May. That's generally what happens, around the 20 to 25% balance. And the last thing we want to do is run out of cash and not be able to make payroll, or we start withholding payables, or have to reach out and do TAWs, right, and borrow from our tax base and pay interest on our tax base. That's a game we really don't want to play, that many districts unfortunately have to play. So I did want to note that. Okay, this is, what this slide is this is the budget. This is the FY26 budget as presented when we passed that budget in September. And this was shortly after, well, EBS came along. The state of Illinois, we were reduced from a Tier 1 status to a Tier 2 status. And all of these numbers are what we presented when we passed the last version of the budget. And so I'm sharing this just so that you can look at that bottom line, right? And that bottom line, there's a lot of assumptions in here. There's assumptions of 2% CPI in the out years. It could be worse. It could be more. In the out years, we budgeted $15 million in new construction. It could be more. It could be less, right? We budgeted that categoricals with the state of Illinois would remain relatively flat. Well, that may change the other way, right? This past year, we actually had a reduction in state revenue in our budget. And that's why we did receive $304,000 of additional money from the state, but we had a decrease in the transportation claim because the state of Illinois lowered its proration percentage in that and both the private facility. So if that continues, you know, state funding might be on a downward trend rather than a flat trend. That's really not built into this, okay? So there's a lot of things here just pointing to the out years that we've got some hard decisions to make. On the next slide, you haven't seen this yet, the first year is $926,000. That's the $1 million that we cut in those last 2 weeks to provide you the budget on the previous slide. So what I've done here is I've showed you, because of the hold harmless impact of the evidence-based funding formula, right? What is the impact year over year to the forecast that you just saw? And that's what this is. So in FY27, right, the impact is $1.8 million. So the number here of $1,069,000, before the state reduced us, we actually had an operating surplus of about $800,000. It went the other way because we have 2 years of $1 million hit in our assumptions, right? And so what's important here is you can see the volume that over 5 years, the cumulative impact at the district is almost $14 million. And in FY30, it's almost $4.6 million. So it's a lot of money that we're talking about. This is by far our biggest challenge. We talked about inflation, right? I talked about a lot of different things. It's real, right? We recently saw, I think a month or so ago, we approved the DX schooling unit over Heinemann, right? And on a cost per ton basis, from calendar year 2023, or fiscal year 2023, when we did Marlowe's DX schooling unit, to this one in 2026, there was a 56% increase in the cost per ton. That's significant. That's a $2.7 million project that probably would have been much less if we did that project in 2023. So we are seeing cost increases across the board. We're seeing it obviously in health insurance and the cost of care. That's where we're seeing it big time. But we're also seeing it in everything we do, from learning and innovation to technology. We talked about the Chromebooks and laptops, to simple purchases in operations and maintenance. MERV 10 filters. I can't tell you how many filters we change on an annual basis, but that's going up 11%. So we've got a lot of things happening, so inflation for us and the impact to us is definitely real. What I also wanted to provide is another slide, and this slide is really hard to see. I'm going to see if I can blow it up, but the top portion of this slide shows the surplus as originally presented, okay? The next line there shows the surplus or deficit if the Board of Education were to not pass a 2.9% levy. Okay, forget the abatement, set the abatement aside. But there are some districts that say, we're not gonna ask for the full 2.9%. We only want to ask for 2%. They don't do an abatement, they just ask for less. So what I've done is I've created what would that do to us if we only ask for 2%. And if you really can't see it, what the impact is about $500,000 a year, and then it compounds year after year after year. So instead of trying to overcome a $7.4 million deficit by 2030, that 7.4 becomes $7.97 million, okay? So we're talking about $500,000 there. Impact to the operating tax revenue of the district. So I did want to share that as well. And I'll share, we're going to put hard copies of this out for everybody to see. I also want to talk about fund balance, right? That third bullet point, that third key performance indicator on our fifth pillar of the strategic plan is making sure that we have a fund balance of 25% or more. That's the recommended guideline. That is our policy. And since 2019, our fund balance as of June 30th has slipped from 38.2% to where it is today at 29.7%. Right? So you can see over the last several years, we're not building fund balances anymore. I will tell you in 2009, just 10 years before 2019, we were at about 17 or 18%. And so over those years, the funding formula was a little different. We were able to increase our fund balance, right, from that 18% to that almost 39% in fiscal year 2019. So we have to monitor this. What would the fund balance be if projected if we did nothing? If we tried to absorb that $7 million deficit, which of course we're not going to do, right? But this is just the trend line of what our fund balance would go down to if we did nothing. It would obviously fall well below that 25% as soon as FY26, and that would be next, or I should say FY28. And then lastly, I want to end with this. The memo that you do have in your packet, the abatement memo, shares a lot of information we just talked about a little bit. It shares the abatements that we have done over time, but then it also shares these various options, right? With levy year 25 at CPI at 2.9%, it outlines what the overall increase is to the district. So on that very top line, you see if we do nothing, the impact to the community today is 2.76, and it's 2.76 because when you add the 2.9, knowing that we have a relatively flat mortgage payment, bond and interest payment, that's why the impact to the community is 2.76. And I also want to note this is obviously net, excludes new construction as it should, because new construction does not really get impacted by the 2.9%. Okay. So I did provide various options there of $125,000 increments, a little more when you hit option 4 and 5, to get down to that 2% target, if you will. And I also showed the impact to a $300,000 home loan ranging from $5 to $32. So I did share that with the memo as well. But then it comes to the recommendation, and it's not easy making this recommendation, but the recommendation to the board at this time, based on the hard challenges we have in front of us, right? We talked about in previous meetings, we're gonna have to kind of strap it in a little bit and buckle our belts, and we're gonna have to make some hard decisions on things we need to do in the future. But we know as a cabinet team, we know as an administration team, we're ready for that challenge. We know we have this challenge in front of us, but it's because of what we have in front of us. It's because of the change in Tier 1 to Tier 2 and the EVF and some of the other things we talked about, that we don't think it's financially prudent at this time to do an abatement, unfortunately. And with that, I will leave it open for questions and or discussion to be had by the board.
All right. Questions from the committee?
I don't have any questions. The whole goal of this was to recommend what we would present next month at the levy meeting, and I would ask that the 2% option be presented just so there's transparency to the public. Because I can make a motion in the levy hearing, we might as well put the numbers out in front of everybody. It's likely going to get that. It'll make it easier for the public to understand what the options are. So that's my request. Because this isn't about discussing, I'm not sure what we just did for the last 20 minutes, but this isn't about discussing it. It's about putting the options out.
I think we just put the options out there, of what the different choices are.
Yeah, to make it easier for when we vote.
Because I don't think that we're not gonna vote on separate options, we're gonna pick one and then go from there. Right, it's not, here, pick one and vote for it, because we'll have 4 people or multiple people voting for different options, and you'll never get to.
We just have to figure out what the we start with the most aggressive one. Likely my friends to the left of me will vote let down, and we'll move on. So
Can I ask
I'm
for
fine
some
with all presented.
clarification before the board gets too far down that path? When we have a budget hearing, we generally, at that budget hearing, we make a recommendation. And that recommendation is based on the preliminary levy hearing that we did last month. Okay? And we had kind of a similar discussion last month about why are we voting on this? Well, we're voting on this so that when we go into the hearing, right, and we make that recommendation and we make that presentation, that this is what we're asking for. That's why we're doing that. I'm a little confused on the option side, because budget hearings generally don't provide options at the budget hearing, right? The time for various options would have been, right, at the preliminary levy discussion, which we had. We also had
I
those.
tried to have that discussion, and you said no.
No, I didn't say no. As I recall, you said these are discussions that we should have had months ago, but I do want to remind the board that the first draft of the budget was presented in April.
So every
The first
year,
draft
you've
of the
had
budget.
multiple abatement options presented in the levy.
No, now we're talking about abatements, but
One at a
That's what
time.
this is. That's what you just presented, were abatement options.
so if you want abatement options to be presented, will not present those. They're not for the hearing.
No, this is
You made it
about
seem
the
like it was a levy percentage.
levy.
I thought you were referring to a levy percentage.
No, I'm looking for the 2% abatement to be offered next month in the same hearing as the levy, just as we did last year, so that if we do an abatement, we can combine the abatement with the levy, so that when we present it to the community, it's much clearer what's actually happening.
But the whole reason, the whole purpose for separating this that I see is so that we can make an educated decision on doing a levy, or on doing the abatement, not just presenting a random number and then waiting for all of the chips to fall through, and then find out that we can't afford the abatement that we put into this big, beautiful budget. But we have a responsibility as taxpayers to make educated decisions, and putting the cart in front of the horse doesn't make sense, only to find out months later that we made a poor decision because we decided it prematurely.
So are you saying that you will not put the abatement options on the agenda next month, just like we did the last year?
Correct. I don't want to do that. There's another person on the committee that can weigh in on this. I don't see the prudence in doing that. It's nice, it's cute, it's a good campaign slogan, but it's not a prudent decision. It's not a wise decision.
What would be the difference from seeing it today than the next meeting?
Is that for me?
Yes.
No, I'm saying that that the purpose, as I thought, of this discussion around the abatement options was to put on the options on the agenda for the next meeting, so that when we vote for the levy, we could also vote for the abatement at the same meeting. And in doing that, we then communicate exactly what's going to happen. This is what we did last year, and we had multiple abatement options on the agenda. That's all I'm asking for. I don't understand why this is so confusing and why this, I don't understand your objection, Mr. Troy.
To me, there are two separate decisions to make. It is not one decision to make. But the levy is the levy itself. There is no requirement to abate. It's been nice that we have done this historically when the opportunities are presented.
So I understand you hate giving money back to taxpayers.
No, that's not what I said at all.
I understand that.
I voted for the abatements for multiple years, all those years. So please don't paint me in a picture of hating to give money back to the taxpayers. That's not fair at all. That's crap.
I'm sorry, was the campaign slogan of fair comments from you?
Look,
It was.
you want to go back and take a look at the track record? Go take a look at the track record of the voting that I did for abatements historically. Go take a look,
That's great. I'm looking for support on the abatement. That's great. I like options.
I'm not saying don't abate. I'm saying we have to be able to afford the abatement.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So then don't vote for the abatement.
That's very real.
Then don't vote for the abatement. I don't understand what the complication here is. All I'm saying is next month, let's put it on the agenda so we have as an option. Vote it down.
Mr. Bittman, it feels like you're making a public show so that you can have something to vote for that is not in the recommendation of administration or is not in the best interest of the community.
Okay, that's your opinion, and you have the right to have that opinion. I have an opinion that I think we should abate. What are you going to do? You're going to say I can't vote for it? I can make a motion next month and do it. It'll be a lot clearer to the public if we actually put it down. Are you against clarity to the public?
I'm not against clarity to the public, but it feels like there's a recommendation.
So are we just supposed to take the recommendation from administration? Is that the job of the board? But maybe my board training was different. Our job is to give direction to the administration, not just take their recommendation. Because if we listen to Mr. Altmeyer, we're going to be spending taxes as much as we can every single time.
I mean, the numbers are the numbers. The evidence is the evidence, right? Like, are you saying that there are different numbers or different evidence that you want to present? Like, it's very cute and fancy to say, like, oh, let's just do an abatement, right? Like, but it doesn't align.
Mr. McAfee, what's the problem? Vote against it.
It doesn't align because it's clown behavior, right? It doesn't look professional, I don't think, for us as a board.
That's fine. Vote against it. I don't understand why we have a problem. We have, as Mr. Altmeyer showed, we have gone through abatements all the time. Why is it such a problem this year to put an abatement on there? What is the issue here?
Timing issue. We're dealing with a levy issue. We have time to deal with an abatement issue. We have time in January to deal with an abatement issue.
I don't understand why.
There's no expediency here for this.
Look,
you're creating the expediency and the urgency when there really is none. There is none. The important issue in front of us is to deal with the levy, not to deal with the abatement.
so you are against putting the abatement on next month?
We put it on the January agenda.
I'm just merely suggesting we put it on next month. Why wouldn't we do it? Why wouldn't we combine them? I don't get it. The answer is, if you're going to vote against it, it doesn't matter to me. Just do what you're going to do.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we have an action item, agenda item on abatements right now. So the action item is for you to decide whether or not you want to abate or you don't want to abate. So that's why this is an action item on the agenda tonight at the committee meeting so that we can bring it to the board meeting. We did the same thing last year in December, is we decided at the committee meeting in December last year, the dollar amount of the abatement, and then we approved it at the board meeting, like the standard process. So So tonight's standard process is the recommendation, right? It's up to the board whether they or not they want to approve the recommendation on as presented or something different. And then that will dictate, or it'll carry forward to the board, but it's already, then it'll carry forward to the board via consent.
Mr. Altmeyer, can you clarify?
Does that make sense? And then if you want to pull it off consent and have a separate vote, well, that'll have to happen. I'm just following through because this is a committee meeting with an action item, and this is what you are looking for. And if we follow standard procedures, it's my understanding that via normal procedures, it'll be done that way. Am I missing something?
Well, that's what I wanted to clarify. I think that we've done the abatements in a couple different ways over the last, when we look at the, trend there. We've done the abatement after the levy, and we've done the abatement when we've combined with the levy and the abatement at the same time, which is what I believe.
At the
we
same
did last
meeting,
year.
yeah.
So the, what we are required to do at the next meeting is to approve the levy.
Correct.
So the recommendation we need and direction from the board is, are we going to include an abatement along with that levy hearing and then the approval of that? Would we bring an abatement at another time? But our number's going to change between now and January, probably not. And so that's the direction we would need. We absolutely have to have the levy hearing in a couple of weeks. And so it's, are we going to approve an abatement along with that? And what would one of those options up there be? Or would we just be moving forward with what is the levy?
So I am in favor of moving one or all of the abatement options forward. Since it's a committee meeting, I'm putting my vote on there.
Yeah, I guess I don't care what we do, but I think in times that we've not brought it forward, it's because we thought the numbers might change to make more of an abatement. I don't see us making an abatement this year.
And that's fine. I'm just asking for the option to look at it and vote on it.
So maybe the way to do it is to put two items on the agenda, make one of them just the levy itself, and then put the abatement on there too. Because the levy will be satisfied, right? The levy hearing will be satisfied. And then we don't have to combine it into one motion. We can still do it as two motions and deal with it that way. Put the levy on there, deal with the levy. You want a motion for the abatement? That's fine. Put the motion out separate for the abatement. Do not combine them into one thing. They're not the same.
That's exactly what I was asking for, so thank you for coming along.
So are you suggesting all 5 options though?
And I was gonna suggest the one, if we wanna put all 5 up there, the benefit of that is the community could see it, and if someone didn't want the full 2% and just wanted a little bit, they could then vote for that. I think you would start with a motion to approve one, it would, however the vote will go, and then you would move on to other ones. That's, I think, the typical
Well,
procedure.
and this is being presented to the community right now. So how is this different than putting 5 options on there at the next meeting?
So
This is a
I
public
suggested
meeting.
one option. If we want to do 5, that's fine. I could see people wanting something on the middle ground.
Mr. Troy, what is the purpose of putting the second motion on the agenda next month?
It's to,
Keeps it separate.
it keeps them separate. So it separates the two issues instead of combining them. You're voting on 2 separate dollar decisions. You're voting on a levy, which is the ask from the community, and then you're saying, we're willing to offset part of that or none of it, and this is how it's going to be done. You don't combine them into one motion. And clearly, there's a desire here to put 5 different options on there, so keep it as clean as possible.
Well, I'm hearing Mr. Goodman.
To be clear, I said only one.
You said one, right?
I could see how people would want all of them on there.
So what option would you choose, Mr. Goodman?
I would choose the 2%.
The 2%.
So-
Option 5?
Yep.
Of $730,000 abatement,
Correct.
the 2%.
I would think if you're gonna put that one, you almost need to put the middle one too,
Yeah,
just so you.
I think that's fair.
'Cause, I mean, it's so close in dollars either way, so you put the zero, the, whatever the other one is.
And we do it like we did last year, which was 2 separate agenda items. I wasn't asking, we could combine it. I think McHenry County combined the motions when they did things, but we don't have
I
to.
misunderstood, I thought you wanted them combined.
No, I wanted,
So are we deferring this agenda item to the board meeting and not taking any vote tonight on this? Is that what I'm hearing?
There's no action to vote.
we're moving it forward.
I mean,
to the
moving
next
it forward,
meeting.
that's what I mean.
It's what I think, it's what I am suggesting. I
Moving
don't,
it forward with
it sounds like 2 options. Is that what you would be okay with?
3.
3 options?
No.
Three, you have to put
Yeah.
a zero on there.
A 0,
I
a
don't-
2.5,
yeah,
and a
choice.
2.
I mean, you
But
could
it is
pass
for the next
nothing.
meeting,
Yeah,
not
this is the
for
next meeting.
January. I heard January.
If there's no problem in just carrying forward the memo, let's just carry forward the memo. I mean, I could,
Oh, for all 5.
yeah,
That's fine.
all 5, and then we just carry it forward.
Do that.
Does it really matter? Is it-
Do that, because then I think it shows all the numbers.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
So, I guess a procedural question is, when do we actually have the discussion about this abatement? Is that at this meeting, or do we have this at the next regular meeting?
And-
I think you could add it both.
And-
It's a board
Because I feel
meeting.
like now that we're moving it forward, I feel like there should be a discussion about, I would like to hear Mr. Bittman's rationale of why you'd go with option 5.
I think this, I mean, it's very clear. The state of Illinois has taken money from us, and our answer is, even though we have gone over budget the last few years, is to simply just ask more from the taxpayers. I think we need to continue to give some back. It's straightforward on that. The budget discussion, Mr. Altmeyer will remember that I asked for a budget change and was denied, to lower the spending on the budget, and Mr. Altmeyer did not support me, nor does the rest of the board, support me on that. So I was actually already starting to try to reduce the spending, at the budget meetings. So I have been consistent in this. I think we're spending too much. I think we need to look hard. I think the budgets that are being presented show no staff changes. We know enrollment is dropping. We know that there's other things going on there. It is a worst-case budget that is being presented by Mr. Altmeyer. I think we need to, as a board, get down to the bootstraps, and we need to spend a lot of time on the budget. We can't just take what Mr. Altmeyer gives us anymore. We have to look at this budget for next year a lot more closely. And I think it's time to give something back to the taxpayers. That's just my opinion. Again, I don't know where
Sure,
it's
no, I appreciate that. I guess, ask some follow-up questions related to that. So, what recommendations would you consider for cutting?
I think we should save that for a budget meeting.
Yeah, this is,
The place for that was back in June.
Yeah,
and-
but what recommendations did you have back in June to cut?
Go back to the meeting. I basically said, Mr. Altmeyer presented a budget in April with a certain amount of spending that was below the line for salaries. We voted on the HESPA agreement, which drove in more cost to the labor line. I said, go back to the April spend instead of the $1 million or $2 million Mr. Altmeyer added into the bottom below the labor spending. And I said, go back to that measure. And you guys voted it down.
So if I recall correctly, because there was the $1 million cut.
And this is
That
different.
you asked for.
No, this is this is,
Yeah, you asked for
and I want to
it,
make sure
and-
this is different than what happened with the state of Illinois.
Sure, it is. Yeah, I would agree. So you would ask for that $1 million cut, which I believe Mr. Altmeyer and the administration did. On top of that $1 million cut,
No, they didn't do it. They kept forward with the budget that was presented.
that's not my understanding. It was about.
He's referring to April, you're referring to August, September.
Yeah.
Okay,
We cut $1 million in August, September.
that's what I was thinking of. Thank you for.
Early on, after we had collective bargaining with with HESPA, we did not. Because at that point in time, right, in April and May, too late, right?
To make certain staff changes. We have to follow contract law on HE. We can't just do a RIF in the middle of April or May. Can't. So, and based on the needs of the district and in the direction we're moving, right? As a reminder, right, we just had 3 exemplary districts or buildings. It's great. we are making progress with the things we are doing. I think administratively, we firmly believe as a team that we are doing the right things for kids. Yes, I do believe in the out years, we can find areas for improvement, maybe in headcount, but we also have to do it at the right time so that those changes can become reality. I think that's...
Which is exactly what I'm saying, why we need to talk about the budget. You've seen emails about this. We need to get on the budget stuff now.
With that,
No matter what happens to the levy, we've got to get on the budget because it's coming. Illinois is going to be
one of the
constricting.
things, and I know just, based on some of the questions here, we will be going into this in the next, committee of the whole, is to really look at what has been the budget process, that the districts, utilize. What kinds of information are we presenting to the board on a monthly basis? What additional information can we present so that as we're looking, and talking about trends and where they might be, are there different points during the year that we would need to look at, really honing in even more on actual spend at that time, and really looking at direction from the board of what additional information, because the budget process is going to, maybe it's not the process, the information is going to need to change because of the revenue sources being what they are and the changes that can happen in there. One of our KPIs, is our last KPI, is really looking at our budget process, not only at the district level, but at the building level, and putting into place other systems and procedures and protocols, starting with our building budgets too, and how those impact our district budgets, and kind of really revamping and enhancing what we're doing, because those conversations have to be had more regularly. We started with our leadership team looking at what are possible areas that we can start to look at. If we can do it during the year, absolutely. We're going to have to know well before March if there are going to be having to be some staffing changes, because that's when that would need to take place for our certified staff. Non-certified is a little bit later in the school year, but those pieces. And so absolutely, I think it's going to be important that we all get on the same page. So whatever the direction of the board on that information and when that should be provided to you all is something we are more than willing to have. We've talked about that a little bit. And it's going to be perfect timing because we would then be starting next year's draft budget shortly after that, and we want to make sure that we're giving all of you the information. I know that Mr. Altmeyer is the one who's presenting the budget on there. He knows these numbers inside and out when I talk about our team here. And so we do really rely on him to do that presentation, but it really is all of us. And in the end of the day, I need to take ownership on that budget and that process. And so again, if there are things that we need to do, we will work forward with that on that. So, yeah, I do know it's the presentation and the budget of, presented by Mr. Altmeyer, but it really is all of us together, putting that forward.
And the board, quite frankly, needs to give you guidance, and I don't know that we have, in the last 3-4 years, given enough guidance.
Especially with the number of changes that are happening on the uncertainty of the state. We've talked about uncertainty with funding in the past, but it's a reality now.
Yeah, and I've been saying it for 2 years, so,
yeah.
It's there.
And I appreciate that, Ms. Lombard, for clarifying that piece. I guess, because I truly, and it's not to put you on the spot, Mr. Bittman, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from in this perspective, is that I agree with you on a couple of fronts here, starting with that, which I agree with what Ms. Lombard said, is we need to look at the budget closer, period, in general. And with the guidance piece, I do feel that's important that we remain on the balcony, but not on that dance floor, but providing overall parameters and really leaving it to the administration to provide headcounts. I don't think the guidance should be, I think there should be X number of teachers at Chesapeake and this many teachers at Connolly, but like providing guardrails.
Yeah, and that's not what I'm hearing. I think it's more the.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying, like, I think just so we're talking about the same type of guidance, because I would agree with that piece, with the guidance. The challenge I'm hearing, that is my time on the board, that Mr. Altmeyer, you've shared in many meetings, is we talked about the EBF, the evidence-based funding. So that's close to $1 million cut that we received from the state of Illinois because of us moving to Tier 2. And I had the fortune of being at the the III conference, the Illinois Association of School Boards and Superintendents and business folks. And I heard the same theme from every district that was a suburban district.
We're in a much better position than a lot of districts in Illinois.
Oh, absolutely.
And so,
Especially U46, which is the second
I mean,
largest
there's a
district, and they
whole
moved
bunch
to
that are,
tier
that you
two.
would think would be doing
Right.
well that are not.
Right. So we're not alone in that
So-
regard.
So we are
Yeah.
not at risk of payroll, unlike what Mr. Altmeyer said. And, you know, the people who are sick are gonna get the care they need because we have good health insurance. So I want to make those two things clear. Because
Sure.
Mr. Altmeyer kind of caused, at least what I heard him say, kind of questioned that. And I don't think that's fair to the people who work here.
No, that's not correct. The reason that we have a fund surplus, the reason we have that is so that we can pay our bills, because the school district only gets paid twice a year. The school district has to make sure that that money lasts for the entire year. And if it doesn't, and long, long ago, it didn't in this district, you have to take out tax anticipation warrants, which, if you're old enough to remember the Popeye cartoons with Wimpy, he was always saying, I'll gladly pay you tomorrow for a hamburger today. Well, that's what tax anticipation warrants are, is you're taking next year's tax dollars and using it to pay for today's bill.
So do you think our current staff should be worried about getting payroll?
No, I
Okay,
think
let's stop bringing it up.
Excuse me, if we maintain our fund balance, then we'll be able to meet payroll like we have done over the last number of years.
And the
But
fund
if
balance
it drifts
increased year over year.
Excuse me, if it drifts down into the territory where we're dropping below the 25%, yes, there's going to be issues. And then you've got to take a look at the R word that everybody hates. And you've got to look at possibly going to the community and saying, we need to have a referendum. And that's an ugly word that nobody really wants to acknowledge, but that may become a reality in several years. I don't know. That's a cold fact.
Look, get to work and look at the budget.
We also are we had a teacher's contract where we paid additional revenue to teachers to maintain them because we believe in our staff and we want to retain our staff. There's a balance to be had in all of this. And this is part of that balance where you can pay people, but we have to pay people within reason from what we can afford to do. And I'm not saying that it was a bad decision. I'm not saying it was a great decision. Every negotiation has to strike that balance. And it doesn't matter if it's the teacher's contract, if it's the HESPA contract. It's always trying to find that balance. And we as a board and that bargaining team and every bargaining team in that room has to contend with that discussion in that collective bargaining session. It doesn't go away and it doesn't change.
Yeah, I'll
So
say,
that's my thought.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right, because we got the EBF. We talked about the close to $1 million that was cut by the state to moving to tier 2. Mr. Troy just mentioned, we did the increase of the teacher salaries, which absolutely we value our teachers and educators. We did the increase for the HESPA contract, which includes our paraprofessionals, our support staff, and we value those staff as well. And so the challenge, and I agree that there's an and here, this is not an or, just look at solely revenue, but looking at revenue and expenses, and I brought up, I'll keep bringing it up until I get to see some numbers, is the medical expense reimbursement program, just to see what the numbers are, not to say we change anything related to healthcare insurance, but is there a savings there? If there's not. If there's not, there's not. But I think it's at least worthy looking at every stone of just saying, okay, is there additional expenses that we can reduce?
Healthcare's gotta change.
And still keep their same benefits from a healthcare perspective.
We've gotta relook at that.
Yeah, so I guess, but then I look at just the math, and I'm not an expert in illustrative math, Dr. Crank McCringle, but just looking at basic math is if we're cutting revenue from the evidence-based funding, if we're increasing teacher salaries through the contract, if we're increasing paraprofessionals and support staff, that contract through HESPA, math, you can't increase expenses and then also expect to decrease revenue. And I guess that's where I'm trying to wrap my head around is how did you come to think that we can cut another $730,000 from this budget when you're looking at just basic math? Like, I guess that's my question.
So it doesn't sound like you'll vote for that.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
I believe the taxpayers deserve a little bit less of a bite.
And then what I'm seeing on your chart, Mr. Altmeyer, is that the $32.72 for the average $300,000 home in our community for the entire year?
Their tax bill would go down by $32.
Okay.
So it's pizza. It's the same pizza it was last year. Ish. Pizza and a half.
And you're saying the impact of that, Mr. Altmeyer, is the reduction of that $32.72 for someone who has an average home price of $300,000, reduction would be $730,000.
Correct.
It's a 0.5% of our revenue.
Of the district.
0.5% of our revenue.
Maybe 0.5%, but I'm just thinking again, math of $730,000. That's how many teachers, that's how many paraprofessionals, that's how many support staff that we need to look at as we make difficult decisions here.
And I didn't note this, but I think I'll note this now. That amount of money, $760,000+, approximates a little less than 2% of our fund balance. So if we were to go ahead and do that, our fund balance would get down to about 27%, a little higher than that. So it's about 2%, although it's, a little less with what you're looking at as a percentage of fund balance, and what it does to our fund balance is about 2%. Another reason we're making the recommendation we're making.
Yeah, I'll say, I mean, the classes I were in for finance for Triple I, I think one of them was called What Will Spring 2026 Bring? I believe I could sum it up in more headaches. It's not looking good. I think the number was like 35% more districts would move down from tiers, like 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and that's largely concerning for me, which is why, again, 11 out of 14 years of abatement I feel pretty good about. If we weren't able to do it this year, I would want to do it every year also, but I also don't want to get a predicament where we're not just saving the taxpayer $33, we're going to have to ask for more if we did have to use the referendum word, which I really don't want to go down. And there's enough school districts headed that way around us that I'd rather not do that.
Yeah, I mean, the real problem here is that Illinois is in the bottom 10 of states for funding state public education. That's the real problem, is that they are horrible at this, and it's why we have high property taxes. And it's something that, I mean, again, I don't see us as a board or a district saying, Illinois, you got to do better. I see us, okay, thank you for what you gave us, which is one of the addendum side on here, right, is let's go, you're doing great, 2030, everything's fine. We know it's not fine. We need to act as if it's not fine. There's a sense of urgency here, and that is the way this district will remain solid through what's coming in the next 5 years in the state of Illinois.
Right. So what I'm hearing, I'll sum it up. I'll try to sum it up. Please tell me if I'm wrong. That we will move both of these forward to the next meeting separately with the way it is shown to us today, those options. With that, Dak?
Yeah, I would probably ask that it be moved forward to outside of consent.
I'm fine with that.
It has to be.
I think it should be.
There has to be a vote.
Yes, I agree.
Well, to clarify, is if we're moving the whole document forward, are we voting on each of those options? Or are we voting on the three options that we discussed, like the zero, middle, high end?
I think just leave it to motion.
Yeah, we'll just motion it to death.
I mean, we don't have to spend 3 hours on it.
Yep. That concludes finance. We'll move to 8, human resources. Mr. Bitton.
All right, I don't think we have anything. Dr. Terry, do you have anything?
I don't have anything. It's going to be further down in policy.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to number 9, Mr. Troy.
Okay, building and grounds, 9.1 O&M updates, Good evening, Mr. Lindquist.
Mr. Troy, thank you. Two updates to present to the board here. Pest control services, starting January 1st, the district will be working with a new service provider, Pro Prevent Pest Services out of Algonquin. Update 2, there were 490 work orders submitted to the O&M department with an average resolution time of just over 3 days for the month of November. Any questions on those updates?
Any questions from the committee, board as a whole? All right, thank you for that. Appreciate everybody's hard work in getting those work orders done in a timely fashion. 9.2, authorizing agent. Let me just preface this for a moment. For our new board members, we have had historically a person who acts on behalf of the board with the authority of the board to act and lock in energy prices if there is an opportunity for a savings, because the energy prices move up and down with great volatility on a daily basis. Similar to the stock market or commodities market, you have to make a decision. You can't just say, well, we'll think about it and then come back to somebody, because tomorrow the price changes again and again and again. So we have historically had one person that's acted as that. I'll admit it's been me, because I've been on chairing the Building and Grounds Committee for a long time. If somebody would like this responsibility, I'm happy to surrender it. If nobody wants to step forward, I'm happy to continue in this same role so far. Is there anything to add beyond that?
The administration's recommendation is Mr. Troy, but he said it best there. He said everything I was going to say. Thank you, Mr. Troy.
Sorry, I've lived the role, so thanks for giving me a little bit of the spotlight on that. But I just wanted to update the newer board members who may or may not be familiar with this.
I think with
I appreciate
Mr. Troy's love and passion for this topic, I would still recommend that he's paid to the point person.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby.
Mr. Craddy, you want to crack at this?
Mr. Craig has left the
Mr.
room.
Craddy has left the building.
I don't think he does.
Say that jokingly. No, I'm happy to continue in this, that's fine, and we can ask him when he comes back if he'd like, chair of this seat. Without holding things up, I'll go ahead and move it on to, policies. Murray, why don't you run this one?
Oh.
No, go ahead.
I mean, because you're taking it over on 10-1, no? Oh, aren't you?
I know, I just wanted you to be heard
It's okay.
today, because we haven't heard
Hey,
much from you tonight.
It's okay, it's okay.
So Vision 2030, again, for the newer board members, this is something that the state has, for public education in the state of Illinois. And now that the Huntley 2030 strategic plan has been presented, we thought this would be a good time to re-engage this conversation and see if this is something that we want to get behind as a board and as a district. I know that a lot of what's been presented in that Vision 2030 for statewide is exactly that. It may not be great for our district, but it's really looking at a 30,000-foot view, in my opinion, on what is best for education in the state. And in some cases, it may not go far enough, and in other cases, it may go contrary to what we're looking to do. However, in the macroscopic view, because the state is as diverse as it is, with the schools in Southern Illinois, large municipalities, grumblingly, I say the city of Chicago as well. I think the approach was trying to look at this from the statewide interest and capture as much as possible. So that's kind of the impetus behind the Vision 2030 and wanting to bring this back for reconsideration.
And I would challenge Mr. Bittman in his summary that Vision 2030 is patting the state on the back, saying that everything is hunky-dory, going great. I think that Vision 2030 challenges the state to look at many policies and ways that things have been done, and looks at doing things in a new light, which is why I brought this to the board for reconsideration.
So in the write-up, it's described, and I think Mr. Beckett, you made the write-up.
I did.
In the write-up, it described that, our district was being shunned by the state. That's my word. Do you have any evidence of that? That because we did not endorse it, we were not going to get the attention we deserved from the state? Is there any evidence of that?
Did I make that claim?
I think you did, actually. We've got it open here.
We're standing on the sidelines if we decline.
Yeah. So are we not participating because we didn't endorse it 10 months ago? I mean, they just had an accountability thing at our district, which I don't know if we've ever done before. So we got a little attention, even though we didn't sign up for this. And there is a large majority who did endorse this.
Yep.
But there's quite a few districts who did not. So I guess, what do we think we gain by bringing this up now? What's the value of this?
I think I know that we're a strong district that is doing great things in many of these aspects, right? And I think it continues to show support at the state level for the great things that are happening and the great things that are being worked towards in the Vision 2030 plan.
I guess I don't think we're not going to be included because we didn't endorse it. That's my challenge. If we are, that's even worse from the state.
Yeah, I didn't intend to make that claim that we were being shunned or not included.
Shunned is my word. You didn't use that word.
Yeah, but I didn't. That wasn't the intent of that statement. I think that this just aligns us well with the other districts that are participating to say that we're moving this work forward because we believe in this work as well.
Okay, and I guess
if I'm understanding Mr. Feckley correctly, because Ms. Murray, you read the statement, it would be
standing on the sidelines.
Huntley, yeah.
Okay.
Huntley stands on the sidelines while others shape statewide priorities.
So I just, having read it but not remembering the exact line, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Feckley, what you're saying is we would rather be on the field playing the game and taking action, taking a proactive step versus being the bleachers watching everyone else take proactive steps towards achieving this Vision 2030?
That's correct.
Okay.
and that's where I'm asking for the evidence that we aren't on the field. To use Mr. Bobby's analogy. What's the evidence we're not on the field? I see a lot of people participating. I see a lot of this admin going out there and working hard on everything they're doing and engaging with the state. I saw multiple questions at the accountability from our district and follow-ups from our district at the accountability that the state came here for. So I don't have any evidence that we're not on the field.
I guess the question would be, what would be the reason that we would not be in support of Vision 2030?
Okay, so it's probably not your reasons, but my reasons are it does not address the biggest obstacles in the state around education. So the first thing is the state's response to stagnating or worse, dropping proficiency is to redefine the passing grade. They just changed the number. And in addition to that, they got rid of the trend lines. You can't even compare year over year. That was a conscious decision to hide data from people. As well as...
I don't believe that is correct.
Go to the Illinois report card. Can you see proficiency data more than 1 year back? You can't. They got rid of it.
Okay.
So the second thing is we know on the accountability side,
I'm asking for something that is in the Vision 2030 report that you do not support.
I'm telling you, they're not going after.
Is that in the Vision 2030?
They talk about proficiency. They talk about they're going to rechange the guidelines.
Can you tell me something that is in the Vision 2030 report that you do not support, specifically?
Okay, so let me answer the question the way I see it. There's no vision for deriving an acceptable level of state funding to get Illinois out of the bottom 10 in states for funding public education. There's nothing in there for that. There is no vision other to do than what they're doing on the looming pension crisis. They don't talk about anything about Tier 2 and looking at it. They're not even open to looking at a defined contribution plan, which many states have looked at and are actually having better results for. We all know, sitting here, that Tier 2 is just slightly better than Social Security. And there's nothing in there for that. How is that representing our teachers?
So let me quote, analyze issues with the Tier 1 and Tier 2 pension systems, including but not limited to the benefits and harm of the TRS penalties, the impact of
So where is the opening to talk about a defined contribution plan, which many states are moving to?
Okay, I'm asking for something specific in this report that you have a disagreement with.
I just answered the question. When you limit the scope of what you're going after to ideas that actually solve the problem, you're hurting yourself. That's why I don't like this. They're not open-minded about this. They've got exactly what they want to do, and it isn't something like that. Again, I said, you probably agree with this. I understand. You work for a school district. This is a great thing for you. You want to be a part of things like this. I don't. I just want the kids to get help. I don't think this helps the kids. I think Illinois's got serious education problems. When you look at the data in the NAAP, the problem is you're seeing slight growth, but the growth is coming from the kids who are accelerated and good, who are already proficient, and there's a widening gap on those who are not proficient, happening at a statewide level that's happened for 3 or 4 years. There's nothing in there to address that. It's frustrating to me because there are real problems in the state, and we should go and solve them. They had the opportunity to do that with 2030. They didn't. That's why I would vote no.
And if that's the case, then your stance doesn't go far enough either. Because your position, while it's on the flip side of where 2030 is, you're the one voice that I think could be magnified if other people said, you know what, we agree with Mr. Bittman. Or to take it even further is, let's find our local legislator, wherever they may be, and say, here's what we want to talk to you about because we think that this doesn't go far enough.
I tell this to anybody who will listen to me.
Staying here and whether it's 2030 or what you're saying, really is voice to a room that has a handful of people plus one. We have 6 people here plus whoever is watching online. And so your position doesn't go far enough of magnifying that and getting it out there. Maybe we're looking at this differently, and maybe the way to go is let's engage our politicians and let's say, we'd like to meet for a cup of coffee, and here's what we want to do, or what we think this falls short on, and say, here's the charge that needs to be done. But at the same time, this adds a voice of magnitude. This says, yep, here's 200 districts that have signed on to this, we're gonna make it 201. That's why people sign petitions, for the same thing, to get a group of people to speak as one voice in an advocacy position for one way or the other, whatever their position is. And that's one way is to do it with one-on-one discussions. Another way is to do it with a petition style. This is a petition style. And maybe it doesn't go far enough. And maybe that's where we need to take a different tack and look at the public relations, whether it's our committee or us as a board, and saying, yep, we'd really like to have a public meeting and for the 7 of us to sit down, superintendent and other people, and say, yep, we want to engage our politicians because we don't do it often enough.
Well, I guess going along with what Mr. Bittman's saying, I just make sure I'm understanding you correctly. Your concern is more of the omission of what's in that document versus what's in it.
I think Mr. Troy said it best. It doesn't go far enough.
Doesn't go far enough, okay.
Yeah.
I guess
there's words in there, but it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I guess
I see the state of Illinois in a much different position in education than I think people who work within education.
Well, I guess my question is, and I don't know if this is something Mr. Troy or Mr. Feckety you can answer, is by joining on and signing on to this Vision 2030, does this enable us that opportunity to actually have a louder voice and say, look, we bought into this, now we actually have more concerns that we would bring up to you that this is not good enough? Is that an opportunity with joining this vision?
That's actually a very fair question to ask. I don't see this as a bad thing. Yes, maybe it doesn't go far enough, but what I said a couple minutes ago about adding a voice on top of this, and so that now we're voice 201 or 267 or whatever the number is, that's more than was before. Because if you have one group or one school district that is an advocate for Vision 2030, nobody's going to take it seriously either way.
So does this give us the seat at the table, I guess?
I don't know that it gives us a seat at the table. I think it just adds a little bit of magnification. Say, yep, there's a bunch of issues that need to be addressed in some way for the entire state of Illinois. I don't see this as harmful, and maybe it's not all that productive either, but it does help magnify the voice not a one-pronged approach. Maybe it's a two-pronged approach, where we approach it as on an individual basis with our local people and approach it from a state advocacy basis in Vision 2030.
I think it is a step in the right direction. I do not think that it solves every problem. It is impossible for a strategic plan to solve every problem. Right? We can look at our local strategic plan. It does not solve every single problem that we have in Huntley 158. We choose the problems that are disruptive. We choose the things that are most impactful, and we start there. And then we revisit and we address additional problems as we check things off and as we solve things. I feel like it's a step in the right direction. It's moving the state forward, and it's showing our support for the work that is happening at the state level.
Yeah, I agree that it doesn't include everything. I mean, I kind of look at it in my world as like a 5-year plan of, you know, what we want to see it moving towards, but I would hope that we would have some input, are able to give some input on it. I think that is a very fair question. But, you know.
Well, I mean, just from my experience with what Mr. Feckley was saying, what you were just saying, Mr. Craddy, is there's not a perfect plan that I've ever seen anybody present, no matter what office you hold. Like, it does not exist. There's always something left out. There's always somebody left out. I think the way I'm looking at this is, if this is truly an advocacy opportunity, by us signing on to this, I feel like we should be able to have a louder voice when there's issues, because we said we've already signed on to this vision, and we challenge the state to do better because we've already signed on to this vision. And how do we take it a step further? Because at the end of the day, there's going to be a vision, probably 2033, and the next vision. I feel like that allows us the opportunity to be on the field versus just waving our finger from the bleachers.
Where I've been a guy mule for a moment here. School business officials, do they have a similar vision, or is this part of, signed on as part of that?
Yeah, so what I was gonna add is this really isn't a strategic plan, but it is, the last time we did this was Vision 2020, so it was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's a culmination of, this is all of our associations. This is some of the brightest superintendents in the state were there. Some of the brightest, smartest CFOs, CSBOs were there. I was part of it. All of our associations were involved in the creation of this, right? And this is a guiding document. We all know how legislation works in Springfield. Not that well. Right? There's a lot of turnover down there as well. And so this is a guiding document highlighting the things that we absolutely need to address over the next 4 or 5 years to help make changes, because we know changes aren't going to happen overnight. We're not going to go from 10th worst in the country to the top 10 overnight. It's not going to happen, right? Right now, when we did the EBF formula through Vision 2020, that was huge. For every district downstate, for every Tier 1 district that was incredibly underfunded, a lot of those districts are able to keep their head above water because of Vision 2020 and the new EBF formula. So they're hoping that with this vision, it is a guiding document, it's an advocacy type document, that it's a starting point with Springfield and the governor, so that we can be on the same page and we can move forward as an institution of education with all of our associations. So really, obviously, I like it. I agree that, you know, when we were in these meetings and from a school funding standpoint, I was where Mr. Bittman was. I'm like, setting $350 million a year aside for additional funding is not enough, and we need to address that. But also understanding what the financial position is of the state of Illinois and understanding where are they going to get that funding to make that additional funding mechanism, right? It's easier said than done. So we also recognize that we have to pick our battles in those meetings that we had that was the creation of this document.
So if I can just add
That's really all I can add.
In the 2020 vision, Mark talked about, or Mr. Altmeyer talked about the EBF formula, which did change funding, and I think in a lot of ways made things better. 350 is the minimum, the minimum what was supposed to be provided from the state to help alleviate the problem that is still there. The second thing that came out of there was a goal for 90% proficiency for every student. This is what I'm talking about. Where's the big boldness in this? There's nothing there for this. Where's the 90%? 90%, I would argue, is too high. You weren't going to get there. I mean, I'd love to get to that, but there's only 2 states in the school that I think get it right now. It's 2020, I think, was bold. I don't think 2030 is very bold, and I think some of the problems have become clearer and harder to solve, and we need to put focus on it. Again, I don't think there's any harm in signing into this. I'm not going to put my name behind it, though.
Right, so that's the discussion part of this. Is there anything else to add to the conversation?
I guess procedurally, does this get moved to the regular meeting to be voted on formally, or how does that work?
Well, procedurally, it would be direction from the board. Do you want us to put together, they have a sample resolution in support of this? And that would be what would be brought forward for a vote at a regular board meeting.
Thank you.
So as the temporary committee chair, I'd like to go ahead and move this forward. Ms. Murray, you're the other half of this tonight, so it can stop and get tabled until we have a committee of 3. And maybe that's the prudent way to go for the evening, so Mrs. Myrina can weigh in on this as well. Let's do that. Let's table this until we have a committee of 3, so until the next committee of the whole. There's no urgency to get this done now, so deadline's here that I'm aware of. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. All right. Anything else to add on that before we move ahead? Okay, thank you for the robust discussion. And 2 policy updates. Ms. Lombard, I guess we turn it over to you.
Sure. This is, and our team and Ms. Swift can back me up on here. This was probably the largest press policy packet that has been brought forward in my time in one sitting. So if there are definitely things that we need to go back and continue to review or questions are on it, we absolutely can, because again, it's a big packet to go ahead and digest. But do want to go ahead and highlight some of the areas, and I am going to ask some of our cabinet members to jump in who are more intimately involved in some of these pieces here to jump in. But there are a number to go ahead and want to highlight. So I'm going to go in order for some of the components there of what are some of the biggest changes, or what are some of the changes. Policy 2:270, discrimination and harassment on the basis of color, race, color, or national origin. An addition here was some additional resources to be put into the citation for the policy. There were 3 financial policies about fiscal and business management, revenue and investments, and accounting audits. Those have clarification on what we can invest. There would be no changes to the practice that we're currently doing in our district. And then 4:80, accounting and audits. There could be some changes coming down the line on this. It was when school districts need to submit their copies of their annual financial reports to the ROE and then to the state. There were some changes in legislation around when that needed to get in. There was discussion that would, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Altmeyer, it should be February was the deadline for that. They did determine to keep it and have that at an October 15th but that there would have been language about asking for an extension on there. That language, for whatever reason, was inadvertently left off. And they are going back in and reviewing whether that will be October 15th with an extension, ability, because to get it by October 15th for the majority, of the districts is pretty tricky. Or will it be a February? Right now, the law says October 15th, so we are recommending that we move forward with that one, but knowing that there will probably be a change coming here on what that date is going to be. We could not approve a change, but we're still going to have to follow the law. So something more should be coming. I'm going to predict that one will come up, Mrs. Woods, in a future policy press packet here coming forward. 4:140, waivers of student fees. Some language there around what a district cannot withhold from a student in terms of if there are unpaid fees by the parents and the families. So there can't be withholding of their diploma, things like that. They've expanded language on there about their districts that I'm assuming, because they've added this in here, withholding, walking for graduation, and things like that. So clarification of what cannot be done if student fees have not been paid. 4:190, targeted school violence prevention program. There was language, there's a number of them that hit here. We're going to see that in the 400s and in the 700s on some of the policy around student discipline. And some things with law enforcement, so I will touch on those later on. But some in this one, some language change from police interviews to law enforcement interviews and interaction there. We've got some protections here with the abused and neglected child reporting. Changing terminology from child pornography to child sexual abuse material. When we get down to substitute teachers, policy 5:220, there were some additions of what additional training needs to be done for our substitute teachers, ensuring that they've got all of the skills and knowledge, especially around the safety procedures, that they have that before stepping in and as part of their orientation. We've got schedules and employment year 5:30. This one, when I first read the schedules, you're thinking it's going to be, a calendar year. It's really updating policies for in terms of compensation for nursing mothers. This does not change anything in our district with the practices that we currently have. The school year calendar and day 6:20, and it just updates some of the different terms for various days, celebration and various holidays. I'm going to come back to the 600s. I'm going to ask Dr. McCrindle to kind of jump in on their number with curriculum development, some updates in terms of mandated requirements for curriculum across the grade levels, and then some updates in terms of complaints that parents, community members may have about curriculum and instructional material programs. We get down to our graduation requirements, 6:300, language in there, making sure that we have identified who in the district, and specifically at the high school, would be the person where there are FAFSA questions, as that is a requirement for high school graduation. That's our assistant principal for curriculum and instruction, and making sure that we are getting that information out to families and to students for if they do have questions and need support around that. Then there was some number changes, numbering the citations. 6:310, high school credits for non-district experience or course substitutions. Dr. McCrindle, make sure I get this one correct. These are looking for opportunities outside of the classroom course. It could be internship hours, it could be job opportunities, it could be work-based learning, and making sure that we are getting that information out and providing opportunities for our high school students. And then, we've got seven: 140, search and seizure, 7.150. This is, in terms of, again, it was police interview agency and police interview, law enforcement requests. When we talked about 7140, it was some legal references and cross-reference updates between some of the policy changes that are being recommended. 7:150 was requiring districts by July of 2026 to have an established policy in regards to agency and law enforcement requests for access to student records or access to a student in a school setting. This also then requires that the districts by January of 26 would have policy or procedures in place for if an agency came in to request a student or ask questions about those things. We do have things that are already put in place. We had those in place in January of this calendar year. In terms of when the major changes here for law enforcement agencies could be around immigration. A lot of our other policies, when we're talking about FERPA and student access, are all components that protect all students and their records and their rights. So making sure, there's some questions that we had, and we did reach out in terms of when they're referring to law enforcement, documentation, all of those things. We do have school resource officers on our campuses. What does that look and how is that differentiation between, obviously there are documentations, but it's a little bit different than if an agency were to come into the front office of the school asking to justify here and getting those components. So we've been working through those procedures and answering any questions that our staff have, but we've got all of those procedures in place, so this is now then updating what that policy looks like there. I do know, Mr. Bittman, you had a question in terms of what is our procedure and not per se, just in general about law enforcement interaction with our students, whether that is new to this policy or when we're working with our school resource officers. And schools should be, the expectation is that schools would be reaching parents prior to a school or a police interview. The one qualification we look at is if there was an imminent danger going on right then that they may have to interact, that it would be as soon as possible. We have had some situations where maybe there has been a safety concern that's been brought up that maybe there has been a threat to the school by an individual. And so while that interview may be going on, and there's some components here a little bit later with some of the policies around updating, especially if those threats had to do with firearms, that how do we make sure that not only does the student not have anything, but that there is an access at home. And so while interviews are going on, and Mr. Dean, you can jump in, you know this probably, if I'm going to say anything wrong here, while we're dealing with that, there could be people who are also then simultaneously reaching out to parents. So to give how quickly, I think it depends on the situation and what is the threat or what is the danger going on.
Yeah, so the specific thing, and again, when we're getting these press updates, I'm
You're
reading them
reviewing
again,
all.
and
Yep.
I'm reviewing it, and I'm seeing it, and
Yes.
there's a comment in there about in loco parentis,
Sure.
which, as I understand it, basically means the administration or the teachers, the people, the adults in the room at the school district will act as the parents, not as supporting law enforcement. My concern around that is I don't want that to be a long time. I am fine for that in a short amount, but I would want to make sure we are doing everything possible to have the true
Yes.
guardian to be involved, making the decisions of what happens and not leaving it to the people here. And that's really what is our policy. That's the question.
Correct. What is that policy, or what is,
Yeah.
and then what is our practice in that? We do have that right or that ability. It shouldn't be that we are stepping in every time because we have that. Maybe, a parent can't be contacted, or we're having trouble getting a hold of somebody in that. We would step in that time, to do so. But, our practice is that, barring that imminent danger, that we're contacting parents so that they are part of that, inviting them to come in if they would like to be part of that. We've had parents who've been part of a phone call while those interviews are going on. But again, we do. That's
And
part of the
that's really,
parent.
I don't want someone to take it upon themselves to suddenly act as the parent when they could otherwise got the parent involved.
Mr. Dean, I know you're involved in every one of these situations, either in the moment or after. Would you say that, I would say that the majority of these are that's happening, through this process, that parents are contacted very quickly, if not beforehand. And again, it depends on the situation. There are times that if that interview is gonna have to happen, that parent's contacted ahead of time. The time that it would happen, either during or, after we've ensured that that student and everybody else is safe would be when we would not have that immediate phone call, but it would be pretty quickly after that. So no, we are not taking that, going to say, we have the right to do this, so every time we're gonna act as a parent, because our students have parents and we want them involved.
So Ms. Lambert, just a tiny detail, when we talk about contacting the parent, is that, you said phone call, do we also text message? Because like, I'm just thinking, how many, robocalls we all get that like just go to voicemail, and if it's an unknown number, it just goes to voicemail, and that parent may not even listen to that call until after they're done with work. Is there a way to text message specifically families with that level of urgency?
We could, and I think the schools know best, that the, best ways to contact, a parent, and, I will say, we had a situation at one of the buildings where they were having trouble getting a hold of the parent. The teacher's like, let me text because they'll answer right away. And the teacher was able to get that so that that phone call could be answered. So absolutely, we will go through all of those emergency, contacts and everything.
Great, thank you.
Okay, then we get down to, the 7:180, prevention of and response to bullying, intimidation, and harassment. There's some updated language around cyberbullying, and a lot of that is in reference to AI and the ability to create images that are either creating, posting, or distributing unauthorized digital images or replicas. And so that has been added into this policy. And I think it is something that we have seen and we need to be addressing. Question that did come up about that, there are some definitions that are state definitions in here. And it made me chuckle just a little bit because we've got our parent-teacher, our PTAC meeting next Tuesday. And this is the policy that we are really looking into. And getting feedback from parents on our processes, on our information that is shared with families, and the resources and the supports and everything that we have. One of those activities, and Mrs. Bosman's in the back, is right around definitions, right? And because we could put state definitions in here, and we could put what, what the law and all of that has, but what does that mean more tangibly? And I believe that was the question around that substantial disruption. You get 8 different opinions about what a substantial disruption is. And so we're going to be looking at that and doing that and putting that as part of some of our bullying guidelines and harassments. And I hope that there's some really good work that comes out of the PTAC around that. So with could we add that to this policy? Absolutely. We could table this until some of that work is done. I do think the component about the digital replica, those are things that we're dealing with already, and will continue to do. But I would absolutely anticipate that in May, we're going to see some recommendations for student handbook and policy or procedural changes around this policy from the PTAC.
I don't think, it necessarily, in my opinion, doesn't need to be a change to the policy, but I think some examples around it. Because in reading through it, it was nothing to do with the changes.
Yeah.
But you start, when you've been on the board a couple years now, you hear these things, and this substantial disruption is a real thing, and not everybody really understands it. It's not just you get a text outside the building and the school's responsible for this. There's rules in place. I think
Yes.
the more clarity we can get around that, the better.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily gonna make anybody happy, but I think we need to understand, we need to communicate to the parents when we will get in.
Right. We're looking at what do those different components mean? We've got substantial disruption. What's the difference between bullying, intimidation, harassment, student conflict? Because there's some similarities, but then there are some major differences. And so looking at putting some examples together, as well as what are questions the parents can ask of their students when, you know, if a situation comes up that can help them best address when they do reach out. We've got some of those pieces for our staff as we are trying to determine in an incident what some of these things are. So this ties really, really nicely with that. And I think that our work after that is done is then to look at where do we see bullying, intimidation, harassment? What's the root, or what is, how is that coming out? Is it based on race? Is it based on disability, et cetera? And then that'll be some of the work that we'll then carry out with PTAC. So this one is pretty timely there. When we look at student behavior, again, this goes back to earlier, some updates about the requiring parent-teacher notification when a student allegedly threatens firearm violence. We already do that, but, you know, these are updates that are going in there. 7:290, suicide and depression awareness and prevention. Currently, we have the student helpline information for all of our students from 6th grade on up, that on the back of their ID lists out different hotlines. It is now requiring that we have that on the back of all of our employees at those levels. So that would be a quick resource there as well, and training. Then we get down to some restrictions on publications. There are just some legal references at the elementary and high school level. 7:340, student records. And the component here on the student record piece that changed, there were some things because of laws with reciprocal reporting with our agencies that we work with. There's been some laws that have changed with being able to to issue any tickets for a variety of things. Maybe it's a citation for vaping or THC. No longer can law enforcement, school districts offer, we weren't ticketing, but SROs had that ability to ticket for those kinds of things. They can no longer do those during school hours on school grounds. And so there's some legal references here. But another question that did come up, there were some changes here in Dr. Gill. Those are specifically around special education, but it's not all special education documents that go into the permanent file now. It would be your summary type reports that would go, what was that?
The summary of performance specifically goes into the permanent record now.
So that was a change of an update for what's temporary and permanent.
Is it, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, a permanent record is kept for 6 years.
The permanent records are kept, yes, after they graduate, it would kept until then. Yes.
Okay. And is this anybody with an IEP? What is the scope of the law?
The summary of performance is written for any student who, upon exit, provides the family documentation of the evaluations that had been completed and agency connections, things that would show evidence that they could use for adult services. And so it just summarizes the information that was part of their IEP. So a summary of performance is typically completed senior year or if a student attends light upon exit from the light program.
So is it the parent's decision to put it in the permanent record, or the students, or is it just everybody?
It's the state.
So everybody who has
Says
this
the summary
is
of performance.
automatically gonna have this kept for 60 years?
The summary
in
of
the
performance becomes a permanent record.
Okay.
Yeah, and the rationale was so that there was access to that document for those adults who need adult services but don't tap into those maybe until later in adult, and if those records weren't available to them through the school, it was hard for them to obtain some of the adult services. So I believe the rationale was to make them available to adults with disabilities who may need adult services, may need to apply for Social Security disability income or have some evidence that their disability existed. I believe that was the rationale in moving it from the temporary to the permanent record.
Right, and I don't want to
corroborate what Dr. Gill is saying is this is actually a real issue where folks cannot get services because they didn't have the IT document to show that they had
Right.
disability before the age of 18.
So I think it's the state's effort to make sure that.
Which is without services that has an
Yeah.
intellectual disability.
So we do have a number of folks who will request their records when they graduate so they can apply for those services. If it's been too long and we don't have access, that can be problematic for them.
Right, and I don't, that all sounds good. The original iterations of this bill, because I've been following it now for 2 years, said that every student in any of the mental health screenings that were done were going to be stored as this permanent record.
This is specifically for a student with an
It is much more
IEP.
scaled down.
Yes,
I-
and so a summary of performance,
The parents or the guardians or the students themselves were making the decision to keep it.
they are the folks that sign off. They give us consent to, complete the SOP, the summary of performance,
And they should be the only ones that would be able to request access to those after they've graduated as well, currently. Few other policies that, again, just have some footnotes or cross-reference updates there, but I am going to go back to some of our curriculum updates with some policies. And Dr. McCrindle, got some notes there, and I may jump in if we've got a piece here or there too.
All right, so I'll go down that list in starting in section 6. So 620 talks about, the state is actually going to provide us a list of the non-exhaustive list, sorry, let me be clear, of days and dates of cultural, religious, or other observances so that school districts can plan around not having major events on those dates. So we already have a list that we tend to try to follow the calendar committee that Dr. Zier leads, but the state will provide a non-exhaustive list so that we can continue to try to plan around those. Policy 640 was a minor update. The superintendent is required or does need to evaluate any type of single gender classes that a district might have. We have none of those. And it just used to say regularly, now it says every 2 years. So at this point, we do not have any single gender classes, which means that they are not intentionally built to just be for one gender or the other. There might be a class where there's only certain, genders in there, but that is how that policy is written up. 660 was the big one. This one is curriculum, content, and instruction, and some of these I'm going to give you an update on. I have to be very transparent. We have like a couple years maybe to roll out some of these changes, and then some that we'll be working on throughout the school year to implement for next year. So the first thing on here is in regards to safety education, that we need to continue to add traffic injuries, bicycling, walking, et cetera, into our instruction for students. We work very closely with our PE and our health curriculum to make sure that that's up to date and ensure that we are addressing all the mandated parts and components from 660 in there. The state did also highlight that American Sign Language resources are encouraged to include within our curriculum, and so we are continuing to explore offering actually an ASL course at our high school, that we're hoping to see that come up as an option next year and some course proposals, but we will continue to work that way. They're putting that into their guidance as well. By December of 2026, ISB is required to provide us guidance on if you want to start a new dual language program or expand a dual language program. So we have a whole year to wait for that, but We should not be expanding or adding new dual language programs until we get some guidance from ISB, so that will be coming soon. A kind of random one is they are adding in required instruction of the Australian ballot system into our into middle school, to 7th or 8th grade, at least one semester in civics. We already have this in our curriculum, so we feel confident that's happening in 7th grade. We are also required in 7th grade to do 1 hour per week or the equivalent of instruction in civics, which we do in 7th grade. And so because of that full courses, we definitely meet that criteria of what ISB is saying. There are some minor updates, like they were changing vocational education to career and technical education, which we follow CTE as kind of our education jargon that we use there, and so they're updating there. Another one that was a highlight was they are having drug, alcohol, and abuse prevention education at the kindergarten to 4th grade level. We've always done Red Ribbon Week in our elementary schools, and so they've just outlined a little bit more about how do we help in an age-appropriate way have prevention and avoidance of drugs and the dangers of opioid and substance abuse. And so that's at K4, and so we're going to work with our principal teams to make sure our Red Ribbon Week has those topics addressed. We are confident most of them do, but in an age-appropriate way. And then in grades 5 through 12, we do need to do a little bit more in regards to fentanyl. In middle school, we currently address that in our high school health curriculum, but we need to build that into our middle school health curriculum as well. And so that will be coming, we'll do some curriculum work to make sure that our teachers at middle school level have that knowledge. Beginning in fall of 2027, all students in grades 3 through 8 have to have age and developmentally appropriately instruction on online safety. We do this throughout our whole district. We do this at the elementary level, middle school, and high school level, either through Radar Wave lessons or advisory. They did give some guidance of what you could use, so we're going to take some time to make sure that what we're doing is most current and align that. And so we will do that work as a district. Let's see here. Also with health, when we come into health, there are some more topics that we need to make sure that we are honing in on in regards to personal health habits, nutrition, family life, prevention and control of diseases, et cetera. So we'll do some edits to our health curriculum just to make sure that we're hitting and crossing all those T's and dotting our I's with that. Something new is abduction education. We already do Aaron's Law. Parents have the right to opt out of that instruction if they choose to. A part of Aaron's Law instruction does talk about what abduction education is, and I was interested because they actually put a link in the footnotes about what they are saying abduction education is in Illinois, and the way they define it, from what ISB has provided, is that we're teaching kids that they check first with their parents, guardians, or other trusted adults before going anywhere with someone else. 2, that they take a friend with me when they're going places, so they're not going alone. 3, that you tell someone no if they try to touch you or make you do things in ways that you don't feel comfortable. And 4, you tell your parents or guardians or other trusted adults if anything happens to you. So that's how they're defining what abduction education would be for our elementary students. We do this in Aaron's Law. We feel confident we cover that. Our social workers have those conversations with our students, and so we'll continue that process. In grades 9 to 12, we do need to add dangers of allergies to our health curriculum. We do not have that in there right now. And then we also in grades 9 to 12, students do watch a video and learn about how to properly administer cardiopulmonary resuscitation. But they don't get certified for that. They just kind of know about it. But we do need to add how they use a defibrillator as well into our curriculum. So we're doing some edits there to our curriculum. They added a few things for media literacy at the 9th through 12th grade level, and the biggest part was the internet safety. We do address internet safety, so we feel confident that we're covered there. But they gave some more categories that we just want to triple check that we are staying up to date and most current in what that is. So we'll be seeing some edits probably coming to that, but we feel confident that we are covered in that way. And I believe that was all on that one. Those are the big ones for that 60. A couple of the other ones, Ms. Lombard, do you want to interject with that? Okay, I'm going to keep going. Yeah, it is a lot. 6130 was the next one, and this is for gifted education. It used to have in there that the state might provide some funding for that, but the state has not provided funding for that, and they edited to say the budget is determined locally by the board. So, and we've been doing that for years. So they just updated their language. 6160, just updated the word parent to parent/guardian. Many other policies have done that for many years. They just must have found a spot where it never happened. 6220 updated some terminology just to be up to date on how they worded things about saying that you might get some spam messages from text messages, not just may. It was just some updates to be more modern. And then 6260, this was a big one, or not big one, but it's one that I think we want to talk about a little bit, is the opt-out process and when there are concerns or complaints in regards to text or what students are reading. And so what they did is they updated this language in the footnotes, nothing in the actual policy, but to help us understand our interpretation of it, to say that if there is a concern about a religious objection, the school must have a significant reason to not honor that objection. And so we have always taken any type of objection or concern that comes and listened to the parent and typically honor those objections. We have very few of them in our current system, but it did just update to say that if we are going to honor that, then we have to have or not honor, we have to have a significant reason to not do that. And so we don't recommend any changes the way we do our processes because we already do that as a district, and it's not really impacting the way we operate. And then the last one was just 6300, and they just updated that in order to graduate, you need to not only just pass an exam on patriotism, principles of representative government, and proper use and display of the American flag. So not just use, but how you display it. And so we, our assessments that we do already for that requirement do include usage and display. So those are the curriculum updates.
Any questions on any of those?
And how many more minutes were added to the school day to cover all of those?
That's a great question. I'm glad you said that, Mr. Feckety, because that's the first thing we all thought of. This is hard, and you have to give up something to do it. I do know in Dr. Sanders' last update, or maybe it was 2 ago, Ms. Lombard, I don't remember when it was recently, he did say there's a committee coming together that is supposed to be meeting statewide to look at all these instructional mandates. And so we're very hopeful that maybe some will get pulled off, but they just keep kind of getting added on, and the time is
All of them are
unfunded.
unfunded. Yes.
Very unfunded. Such a gifted one now.
Before we go on to the next item, there was a question that kind of goes along with this from previous, and so we wanted to make sure that we answered this during policy, and it was around policy 7255, yeah. In 255, students who are parents, expected parents, or victims of domestic or sexual violence. And so it was more some procedural questions. There were a couple components of how do we and what do we do as a district. And so there were 2 main questions, and if there's others, we'll take them as well. It was first, we are to have a resource person identified in each one of the schools. And then the second component of that is what training do they receive? Our complaint managers, if there was a complaint around from an individual who was a parent, expected parent, or victim of domestic or sexual violence through a process or something at the school level, our complaint managers at the district level would still be Dr. Zaire, the rest of the cabinet, and we would assign that from that level. But wanted to make sure, Dr. Gill, if you want to talk to us about what does that, who have we identified and at our schools to be that point resource person, although we may have multiple people who may be providing support to the individuals under this policy, and then we'll toss it over to Dr. Zaire about the training component.
Sure. So we have reviewed policy 7255 with all of our counselors, psychologists, and social workers across the district, all of whom will be trained. That is being coordinated at the moment, but the new policy does require us as a district to designate at least one Article 26 resource person in the building, and that person will receive their required training. But like I said, we will train all of our psychologists, counselors, and social workers. All of our principals have identified either a social worker or at our secondary levels, it tends to be our assistant principals for student services or we have a designated resource person in each building, and our principals have designated that. So as the training is completed, we will track that those resource, I keep wanting to call them folks. Our resource people are trained appropriately in alignment with the new policy. Other questions on that one?
When you're saying resource, I know what you're talking about, but just for anybody else.
Sure.
What services, when we're talking about that they're kind of the main go-to person, it's to, if we do have a student, who's either, parent or expected?
Yeah, so Article 26A students are considered students who are parents, expected parents, or victims of domestic or sexual violence. And so the Article 26 students identified in new policy 7255, the idea behind the policy was to ensure that those students in particular are provided with support services that are necessary to enable them to access their learning. And so it is a person in the building that's designated specifically for any of those Article 26A students identified. And so it requires us to adopt the policy. It requires us to designate a resource person and ensure they're trained to take that information and ensure that the student has what they need, the family potentially has what they need, and it requires us to provide in-school support and information on community support to the student and their family potentially. It requires us to have a complaint resolution procedure, which we already do, and protect the confidentiality of the student, prohibit retaliation, and then we need to review our policy at least 2 years. Those are the general provisions of the new policy, and we have made sure that the individuals who will be responsible for that specific group of students are equipped to do that and know who they are and what their job is. Does that help?
Yes, and then specific training has been added to the policy, but for a long time it was, what was that training? Who was giving that training? And so, Dr. Sayer, you've got some information?
Yeah, so initially there wasn't training, so we were setting up a training with our attorney, and we were getting ready to get that on the calendar, and she got news that ITA was partnering with ISB to get a training up and going. So my last communication with her, she had contacted down to ISB to look at the timeline on this. I believe it's the Ed Leaders Network. It's called the Tile page. They have a lot of tiles and a lot of trainings that you can essentially click on. I think that is probably the route that they're going to go. They're going to have something on there that we're going to be able to access. So we have a pulse on that, and as soon as it's up and running, we will be diving into that and getting everyone trained.
And then we will also take that same training as complaint managers, discrimination managers, to ensure, one, we know what the training is, two, that we are very familiar with the processes, and then can offer those supports to the buildings as needed. Any questions on that?
I hope Superintendent Sanders can make some progress on that unfunded mandate thing. It seems like I've been hearing that for years, conference after conference, politician after politician, all the legal settings. School board members continue to ask for reviews of these unfunded mandates, and we hear, but we don't see the follow through on it. So I hope he's able to do that, especially with his background as being a superintendent at U46. He's seen those unfunded mandates up front and personally at that level. So hopefully he carries that forward. Have a committee look at it seriously and give it serious consideration.
And we shared if they have a date for the committee meeting, so that's positive.
That's a step in the right direction. I think it takes bigger steps.
Mr. Crandall, I got a question. Can you go over that part about the flags, American flags again?
Yes. Yes, so currently, the way that the policy was written was that we just needed to make sure that students were assessed in some way after a unit on, normally the Constitution, they get tested on the Constitution, on how American flags were displayed. Now it was displayed and, hold on. Just lost my verbiage and I shut it down. 1 second, Ms. Murray. Apologize.
That was a ways ago.
Yeah, cared for. It was cared for. So that we're actually taking care of the flag too. So before, we don't want to have a flag out that has holes in it, and you need to make sure that if you do that, we dispose of it properly. Thank you so much for that.
Do we audit classrooms to make sure that the flag is being displayed to these standards, or that it's being displayed?
Like our
In the-
internal building?
Yeah, in the building.
They used to be part of our walkthroughs, do you know, Mr. Lynch,
Yeah.
that they sell our space?
All right, any additional questions on 10.2 with that last list of policy updates? Thank you for going through all of those, in this forum. There's nothing else, consensus from the two of us, Ms. Murray, about moving that forward for the next, regular board meeting. I think it's just first reading, right? So, you're good with that?
Yeah.
I'm good with that, yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Woods.
Yeah, thank you, one and all. Item 10.3, Dr. Sears, specifically 5:330.
Yeah, mine's not 311 pages. It's 3 lines. So, we had some, if you recall back in the HESPA contract, we had some vacation language, that was updated. And, we needed to reflect that in the policy for, other folks that work 260 days also. Essentially what it does, it's a great retention tool at the end of the day. You get how it's set up, as you can see there. You don't have to be here as long as you used to be to get your vacation days increase throughout the 5, 10, 15, and 20 year.
All right, any questions on that particular policy change? Marie, any objections to moving that forward?
No.
Okay. We will move that forward as well. Item 11, Mrs. Murray, you get to take it away here.
Oh, okay. I don't have anything on that specifically, so as far as you want to take over.
Thank you. Yes. I did include an update for the board this month because we did do a communications and family engagement survey. Thought this would be really a good time to do it as it's the first year of our strategic plan, and it's been several years since I came in the role and we set up our communications plan. So it was intended to really review where are we at, how are parents feeling about communication overall. So we asked questions, a lot of different questions, but essentially the overall satisfaction rate is something I wanted to know. So we did really well on that piece, which is great. But we were also able to see areas that parents would like to see some improvements on. So it's good for us to get that feedback, to look at our current practices and ways that we can try to meet the needs. And I think one of the big things that I've heard through conversations with parents, but also came out in the survey, is that there's information overload. And that's just by the very nature of the beast, where we have schools communicating, we've got district communicating, we've got teachers communicating, that's who parents really want to hear from. And then we've got transportation, in other words. We've got so much that goes on. And so trying to factor all of that in and then just continue to try to find ways to give parents what they need. And I think there's some very actionable feedback that we got. For example, our newsletters, I think, are great ways for us to communicate with our families. They have pretty decent viewership, but what we're hearing is, there's repetitive information, or can you be more succinct with this? So I think I have some good takeaways on that I can share with our principals, that I think might make a difference for our families, so that those can continue to be relevant, but they can be gone through rather quickly. So anyway, a lot of that we'll use to do future planning. But overall, we had high satisfaction ratings with communications. We were happy about that. Another piece of that survey related to family engagement, to try to ask families, what else do you want to learn about the school district and your child's education, and how do we involve you in that? How and when, and questions like that. So that was interesting too. I shared that information with our cabinet team. Also, we'll share it with our principals, and even with our staff and families, so they can kind of see that we're listening, we hear what you're saying. Also shared it with our friend Ina over there, who is new in her role. So asking, getting some good ideas for topics. for example, that parents would like to learn more about. That helps us when we're planning, whether it's planning rate a roundtable or we're planning workshops or whatever we're doing. So, any questions from the board on that? I did provide some of the results, either on the survey itself or on the results.
Thanks, Ms. Barr. Clarification on the communication piece. Do we do a regular assessment on what applications we use for communication? And, because we know there's startups, they begin today or they're gone tomorrow. I bring it up because, your point was spot on. When you're getting communications from teachers, from the school, from the district, and if you have multiple students in multiple schools, I'm sure it'd be overwhelming, and it'd be nice in the perfect world if there was like a single one-stop shop on an application that you can go to and see, here's all my kids' info that their teachers posted, and here's what the district posted. I'm just curious if, one, does that app already exist? And if not, do we do almost like an environmental scan to see what applications are out there from a communication perspective?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are a variety of tools and platforms out there that are trying to be that, what you're talking about, the one-stop shop. There's a price tag that comes with those. And so that, especially given what's happening in our district right now, that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this survey is, how are we hitting the mark? How is our satisfaction with our current tools? For example, School Messenger, we're in I keep doing one-year contracts with them. I want to test them out. I want to see how it's performing for us. Is it meeting our needs? I would say right now it does meet our needs, but is there the one-stop shop where there's more bells and whistles and that would involve teacher communication, other things? Yes, they're out there, but they're significantly more expensive, and that's something we would have to bear in mind.
Mr. Bobby, can I add also, a couple of years ago, we did we did a little bit of a dive, before Ms. Barr came actually, we did a dive into what resources our teachers were using to help communicate with families. And at the elementary level, Seesaw used to be a tool that we paid for every grade level. And we did a deep dive into usage, how many people were interacting, if teachers were even, leveraging the tool. We ended up pulling back from using that tool because we just weren't getting the usage with our staff that was fiscally responsible of using that cost at the time. And so we have had a history of having some tools like that about communicating learning specifically, but it's been always kind of a standalone add-on. You have PowerSchool Plus, something else, and then it doesn't make sense to have a thing that people aren't all using, and then parents would be frustrated if Dr. Zero used it, but then I went to Dr. Gill's class and she didn't use it, it was like, so it would put people in a tough spot. And so we've been real careful about just making sure that we keep funding resources and tools that we're using and leveraging, and also are supporting all of our students and parents too.
Yeah, no, thank you both for that. I think it's, you did answer my question, which, there may be something out there, but there's a cost, and I think
there is a cost. And I think the other thing, to Amy's point, is we would almost need to do, and I'm doing it informally, an audit of all of our current communication methods, so that I have a full understanding of all of that. Because when you look at doing a one-stop shop type of thing like that, usually the way you make it cost effective is you're getting rid of something else. So it needs to be one of those things. So I need to have a full, before we would consider that, we've got to really understand how our teachers are, all the different tools that we're using, to know how we could offset that cost and still get some advantage and benefit out of it.
Right, and that makes sense, because I certainly do not want to go on record saying, please add another app, because we have PowerSchool, we have Schoology, we have emails. I was just looking, is there an app out there that combines everything in one place?
And yes.
Perfect world.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Any other questions?
Yeah, so the data was pretty good on the communication satisfaction. We don't have years of trending, so I don't want to overstate this. But the trend line was the opposite of what I would have thought, which was the district, I think, got the highest marks, then the school, then the teachers. I kind of would have expected that to be the opposite. Is there anything to that? I don't mean to put you on the spot with that, but it was still a good number. It was like 74% or something like that.
Yeah.
But it was the opposite of what I was expecting. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, it's a great question. And Part of it, there are two things with that, I think. One is, we have pretty strict guidelines around our district and building communications. That's one thing that I wanted to make sure that we had, so that it's clear, you know, how and when we communicate and all that. Teachers are a little bit different, in that at every grade level, that looks different. You know, in elementary school, you have one teacher, and then in middle school and high school, you might have 20. So it's pretty individual with teachers, and I think that's where.
Was there any breakdown between elementary, middle, and high school differences on those numbers? Maybe the elementary had the highest scores?
That would be interesting, and I
Teacher and,
did not break it down that way, but I certainly could.
yeah,
And, yep, could
I'm
be.
just asking the question because
I think it's a good question. Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think the teacher communication, let's face it, that's the most important connection that our parents have, is to those teachers. And I think it is important, just standardizing it where, you know, it's a little bit easier, at district and building level to make broad changes and expectations and all of that around that. With teachers, it's different at each grade level. But
Well-
let's start with looking at the facts.
and if it's the high school or the middle school where you've got 6 or 8 teachers,
Yeah.
you're just gonna rate the lowest one maybe. And maybe that's where the numbers come. I don't know, it'd be interesting to see the data.
But we certainly can take a look. I'll do that, and that is a good thing to know. Any other questions about the survey?
Yeah, and I would think from a communication standpoint, when the elementary teacher's communicating, it's more child-specific than otherwise. At the school level, it's the first grade did this, and the second grade, or our kids in our school did this. So a lot more comprehensive, higher level, higher elevation than it is from a classroom teacher.
Yeah.
So it's a different messaging, and I think the platform is part of that too.
Yeah.
And with the schools, you may have the direct messaging, but you also have a lot more social media messaging where not so sure that the teacher's going to be doing it well.
Right.
But it's a different message that's sent out in different ways.
Yes. It is different. It is a bit of a different animal, I would say, but it would be interesting to, explore what you're saying. and-
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Again, it's still a high number,
Yeah.
it was different than I was expecting.
We know that communication with teachers is really important. That came through loud and clear. Not saying the district isn't and the buildings aren't, but there's rural, right?
Different, it's different.
Yeah. And we're closely tied to the student, which makes a lot of sense. If there are no more questions on that, I also just wanted to mention in that update was just a little bit of an update on our partnership with Del Webb. And just an example, some examples of how fun that's been, since they, you know, sort of solidified their commitment with the district and in particular with Huntley High School and finding ways to collaborate. So we're fortunate, to have Christine Such, who's on the board over there, who's also a reporter and who's doing a fantastic job of talking about those collaborations in the publications that go out to Del Webb residents. So. Questions or other comments?
I just want to say, I thought they were great publications.
Yeah.
Thank
Doing
you.
a great job.
Yep.
Nope.
Well, can I just have one more thing?
Yeah,
So I did just want to mention that on next Thursday, we will be hosting LGMC Education Day here at the district. I just wanted to mention that to everybody, unless you were going to.
No, but I have another announcement that, Barr would not let me say last time because it was happening the next day. Mrs. Barr was recognized as, the school communicator of the year through INSRA. And, while we have not posted that, it might be because she's in charge of social media and doesn't want that recognition out there. But I would like to, formally share all that and congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Back to LGMC Education Day. Anyway, so, that is happening next Thursday, the 11th, here at the district. And several of you are participating in that. Ms. Lombard will be part of the superintendent panel. Mr. Troy, Mr. Altmeyer will be a part of the CFO board member roundtable, which is a great discussion about education funding, with a group of leaders from the county. So we'll also go tour some classrooms here at Square Barn. So just wanted to mention that too. It's great community engagement.
All right, good to go?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Before jumping into item 12, Ms. Jorgensen, we haven't talked to you tonight. Is there anything that we touched on that you wanted to add a comment to, it's been a lot of other stuff, a lot of stuff that's not necessarily student engagement, but, we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you if you had any thoughts on anything that we've covered so far. Okay.
She had asked me if she needed a presentation tonight, and I told her no, so you just put her on the spot.
No, it's, I want your time here to be productive as well, so if there's something that, I don't want you to feel ignored, so that's why I thought I'd just reach out, inquire. It's okay to say I don't have any. Good. Thank you. Item 12, you know what, I'm gonna take an audible here, flip the two. Graduation survey, because Emma is here.
Sure.
This might be a good engagement topic.
I know she spoke a little bit about her experience in the audience before. So we brought forth back the graduation survey feedback. I know there had been some discussion around graduation recommendation for the continuation to partner with NIU. And so went back and looked based on the size of our classes, the number of facilities or opportunities to hold a graduation ceremony, and then looked at going back to gather priorities or elements of a ceremony that were important for families or students or staff members. And so went back, just a little background, a reminder that we did a survey of freshmen, sophomore, junior students, their parents, and staff could participate as well. And the purpose of that was not to have a voting mechanism. We didn't name what are different venues out there, because some of the venues just are not available to us that could be a potential site for a location in the years that we need that. They may be in the out years, and we'll continue to look at those pieces in the future. But to gather that information. And so wanted to be able to see and make sure we had an understanding of what did our stakeholders value in this experience, so that we could ensure that we were making the best informed recommendation. It wasn't going to please every person, because each, again, there are a variety of different comments or things that might have been what a few people said, but we're again looking for what were the major themes here that we could look to evaluate the areas, support areas that we felt were potential or possible viable locations. So the information from the survey asked for things about sound, parking, visibility, seating, indoor versus outdoor, the number of tickets, so that we knew, how many guests they would bring, what the importance were. And so the top priorities identified by the information gathered from the participants were visibility, acoustics, and overall sound or ceremony quality, seating capabilities and ability to bring all guests or any guests that they want to be able to bring, and the accessibility, parking, and ease of arrival or departure components. Lower priority factors, while still are valued, but were more consistently rated as less critical, were the language transitions services. We know that there are some tools, even on phones, things like that, that individuals may tap into, and so that maybe was a lower priority. Familiarity with the venue and the personal preference for indoor versus outdoor. However, there were higher priorities around providing that the ceremony is predictable and accessible. And so taking the information and really working with our high school administration, people have to put this on and set up everything, and looking at that feedback. Again, the data collected, NIU and the Now Arena were the two areas that best aligned with the recommendations of those priority elements for our families. Both of those are not necessarily really local. One is more close than the other. Some downfalls with NIU are the travel or the distance and the time that we have as a slot. Now, we know those just because we think that those are also areas that we would prefer if we could get a better time with that. When we looked at the Now Arena and Hoffman Estates, well, we're looking at least for the next 2 years, 27 and 28, they had an earlier time slot, but it was a Friday at noon, and we're still in school. So that date didn't happen, and the other was, I believe it was a Thursday evening at 7:30. And then in the out years, again, those were evening times, but during the week, not a weekend avenue. So definitely want to stay in communication for future years because that could bring that closer to us. But based on this, the recommendation from our high school administration that we are supporting is that we would bring forward that contract for, again, continuing with NIU for the next 3 years to continue in the time to investigate some of these other opportunities for the future. And we felt that that venue does offer capacity for large families with minimal or no ticket limits. Professional sound, lighting, staging, and large screen visibility. We do know that there have been some concerns brought up about those seated on the stage and that sound, and we'll continue to look at in that realm. But feedback that we've been getting from audience members is that the sound has not been a concern. Accessibility for seniors or individuals with disabilities, ample parking and efficient traffic flow. The indoor climate controlled environment ensuring schedule certainty and a proven positive history. Yes, there's been some things that they've had to tweak. We've had that at other locations for other events as well. So it's, you know, there's no perfect venue that's out there where we're going to have to continue to look at some pieces. Not to say that we didn't think about the other 2 venues there. The high school is close. It's right there. But it would be restricted for individuals in the number of seats that would be available. And that was a top priority, one of the top priorities that came out, as well as wanting to have some assurance about the time and date of that ceremony. And then looking at both the high school and Willow Creek South Barrington, a component that we would have to think about is the number of our staff members who would need to be available to do all of the things, the parking, the people coming in, the supervision, just the various components that both the Now Arena and NIU do have. And this is not just for the graduation ceremony, but it is harder and harder to get the number of volunteers, even if they're paid for events, to be there for supervision and things like that. And so, not knowing would we be able to fully staff, that could be an issue when we're looking at making sure the flow of traffic, security, safety, and all those things were in place. So just wanted to provide a little bit of background about why the recommendation would to bring back that contract to NIU. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
So does everything on the list that you're saying there are pros for the Now and NIU, does that disqualify Willow in a sharp way? Like, you know?
So that's what I was trying to say at the end.
Right.
So there were some of the components that South Barrington would absolutely be able to. It's got the sound, the acoustics, the seating, the capability, all of those things. NIU and the Now Arena provide the staff to carry out all aspects of the graduation, except for the speakers and you know, those components that we put on the handing out of the diplomas. to, the number of staff that it would take at both, South Barrington and at the high school. And again, we'll say the high school's out because of some of the other pieces. There's not a guarantee that we would have the staff to be able to fully do that, which would, I think, or could, negatively impact the graduation ceremony experience of our families and our students.
But we don't know that.
We don't know that, but we also, I can't guarantee that we have that based on, some of the struggles that we've had for, getting volunteers and supervision for some of our activities that are just even here, our dances, our sporting events, all of those things. It has been, you know, that's a challenge.
I'm curious, in regards to the time slot that we get or have gotten historically, is it that the other schools get those slots because they've been there for a while, or they renew and so they get the right of first refusal on those time slots?
And so the contract is written, and then if they want to renew that, just like our contract right here would be, we'd be renewing, it would be, they're getting those first times, because that's the time that they have. Now, if they decided to go to another location, and that time opened up,
We can
we would
slide
slide
in,
in.
yeah.
We tried, or Dr. Veland tried to work with, I believe it's Oswego, who was in front of us.
Yeah.
Swapped something that, believe it or not, they wouldn't budge, and they kept their time slot. So, that's who we're kind of up against. So there was an effort made to kind of get on like a rotation or something with them, but I think they do back.
I know, I reached out to the board president at, Barrington High School, and they're similar to our graduating class size. And so, and she's been on there for years, and she said it's been the most beautiful ceremony venue she's ever been to. And so, as far as, I don't know, I just wanted to throw that out there, because and she's like, we didn't have to worry about tickets, everybody just kind of came, we didn't have to have ticket takers, we didn't have to have certain things that, I don't know, maybe counted as volunteers that we can't count on. I don't know, I would hate to hinder a venue on a what if. You know, I mean, that could be put in place like, hey, we're gonna do this, we need X amount of volunteers, who can commit to that, or whatever, before we make a decision, but.
But if we do, we may lose the contract at NIU. We know that the Now Arena isn't available, and then I don't know what we would do. It is something I know Dr. Zaire went out, and you had looked at the facility, it's beautiful. I mean, it has the surround, the sound, it's got big screen TVs, it's got all of those.
I was impressed.
House a lot of people. That's not the issue. I think when listening to the work that goes into setting up the ceremony and wanting it to be a good experience, the challenges, that could potentially come, and hearing that from the high school and the staff that have to put that together and ensure that's going on, I need to respect what they're saying to me and support that would be a challenge, because we had a number of people who weren't able to do the parking, that many cars coming on, even if the lot is extremely large, you still need people who are gonna be out there doing traffic control, or we're having people come in and check, you know, the bags, or as people are coming in. And so that is something that, I know it's a what if, but based on some of these other pieces, it's, if we don't have all of that, it will have a negative experience to the staff, or not to the staff, to the participants that are in that graduation.
Well, I just want to say I support Ms. Lombard, your decision and the decision of your team. Clearly, you've done your due diligence, you thought of the pros and cons, you received feedback from students, parents. I think this process, you should be commended for the diligence that you did do to consider all venues. And as you said, that there is no perfect venue. I mean, I have my own concerns with NIU. At the same time, I'm trusting that your team did your due diligence. My only issue, that I brought up before, and I think it was brought up as a priority, was safety. And so I think, to me, that should be a top priority, is making sure that we have a safe ceremony, regardless of where it's at. It sounds like that's already been vetted there, since we've had it there as well. So, thank you.
I don't think there's anything to decide here that's, right, this is not an action item. This is just a presentation of what the
But the
results.
presentation of that request, that in 2 weeks, we'd like to bring forth that contract, and yes, it can be voted, it will have to be voted on for the financial component because of the number of, or the amount of dollars, because it's a multi-year contract in there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be being brought forward, because it's really not my decision either, on that recommendation of where it's held, but because of the dollars in the contract. But, if there is any feedback from the board as a whole of, we're gonna be voting this down, we'd be probably looking at, I don't know what we'd be looking at differently, because of, these really are the 4 areas, in the vicinity of a class of 700 that seem to be viable. We'll continue to look out there, we'll continue to, find decisions or to find, locations that, if the Now Arena opens up something, down the line, we're having the same kind of, problems or issues because of our class size with, prom, venues and things like that. And so, we want to be able to provide a great experience for our students. And we're just limited to what we have around here for that.
Bring it forward, I guess. We'll vote on it in 2 weeks. Thank you. All right, jumping back to the joint annual conference.
Procedurally, does that go on consent agenda, or where does that land?
It'll be an independent board vote, I
It
believe.
would be a board vote.
Okay, thank you.
All right, joint annual conference, anybody want to kick this one off? Tell me about your experience. Tell everybody about your experience. Doesn't matter. There's no volunteer, I can volunteer to go first. All right, so I attended the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, caught all of the general session speakers. I found each one to be compelling in their own way, but for me, the standout was the Saturday speaker, who's a gentleman named Damon West. And as I listened to his story, I felt like I was watching or listening to his version of Breaking Bad. But in his case, it was a gentleman who was imprisoned in what he said was the worst penitentiary in the state of Texas. But when his life inspiration turned his life around when he came out, and he is the author of a book about being a coffee bean. I thought conceptually was really good. For me, that was probably the second best speaker that I've ever heard at the conference. I was really taken by his presentation and his story, and I found it tremendously moving and inspirational. Friday, I spent the balance of the day at the 2 half-day sessions by Illinois Association of School Boards. One was titled Fierce Conversations. The second was titled Leading Schools in a Highly Polarized World. Of the two, the first one was probably better than the second one. I was not a big fan of the second one, so I wish I had chosen better or wisely or something different, but this was, and I don't know, that's just how it grabbed me. Saturday was the delegate assembly. This was always action-packed and thrill-a-minute. There were 444 delegates represented who voted. Consent agenda with the 10 constitutional items. 4 of those items were removed, 6 stayed. Consent agenda passed 398 votes to 16. No, these do not add up to 444. I guess people either left the room or chose not to vote. If you go back and take a look at your brochure, those items were 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 10 stayed on consent. Item 2 passed.
380 to 60. Item 3 passed, they all passed. The item 3 passed 405 to 34, excuse me. Item 6 passed 324 to 102. And item 9 passed 362 to 63. There is a new president, Tracy Sayer. She is from the Triopia School District, and I had to look this one up. It's from a small community outside or northwest of Jacksonville, Illinois, population of 150 people. Yeah, I had to let that one sink in because I've never heard of the school district, much less known where it was, especially the size of the community. But she's, I believe that her biography says that she's been the board president for 11 years. Never met her, obviously, but wish her well. New vice president was elected, Alva Kreitzer from Arlington Heights School District 214. The new president was elected 368 to 22. The vice president was 277 to 113. Resolution number 1, the one that everybody was interested in, had to do with the school bus safety funding. 344 to 10, so it passed overwhelmingly. Lastly, this part of Saturday, my part of Saturday was spent in Predicament Theater, which is a school district in Mount Prospect, I think, put it on, and they've done something similar for multiple years. And they made it a game show, actually. It was fun and conceptually really cool what they thought of. So they would present a scenario, and then they'd have school board members weigh in, actually cast a vote and say, how do you think this turned out? And then they would give out prizes to people who got all the answers right or had the most correct answers for the different scenarios that were posted in the questions. I thought it was an ingenious way of doing a presentation. And this was based on history from their school district that went back 30, 40 years. They were able to bring forward. Last session of my day on Saturday was legal review. Literally, they called it, you can't make this stuff up. So it was similarly to the Predicament Theater, but in this case, it was just lawyers who, the things that we've covered, they kept details minimal to protect innocence and their clients. But again, it was things that were surprising and covered through legal perspective. Sunday was spent at the board president roundtable. It was not what I expected. It was more facilitated issues instead of board president driven. Nonetheless, glad I attended and found it educational, and for the first time in a long time, I really blinked and this conference went through really fast. Usually there's a lot, it seems like it goes slower and there's more details to take in, and maybe it's just the sessions that I chose, but this one went by very quickly. Somebody else?
I'll share. Yeah, I just want to show appreciation for the opportunity to attend this just amazing learning experience. There's just a lot of great learning, personal growth for myself, you know, and being alongside board members and members of the cabinet and other members of the team. It was just a really phenomenal weekend. Similarly to Mr. Troy, on Friday, I attended 2 half-day workshops. The first one that I went to was by David Horstblogger, which he's the leading authority on trust, and has written Trust Edge and many other books on trust. The session was phenomenal, and just stressed the importance of trust, decision-making, interactions, collaboration, all those great things. The second session was also very cool. Ms. Lombard and I had a, she was not in that session, but went to a similar session by that presenter, Phil Boyce. This session was really cool because it brought together student board members and board members together. So the student board members who were able to be in attendance, and hopefully next year our student board members may be able to join us, were doing their own little breakout, and then halfway through, they all got dumped into our room, which is really cool. And the session was titled Tiny Moments, Big Impact, Leveraging Everyday Interactions to Build Culture. And it was all about these short little things that we can do with one another to build relationship building, team dynamics, and just how small daily interactions can create strong culture. We ended Friday's session with Bernice Flygirl Amore, and she shared her story as a U.S. Marine combat helicopter pilot, which was amazing. Saturday opened with Damon West, as Mr. Troy referenced. His books are phenomenal. I'm about finished with Six Dimes and a Nickel, which is his latest book, which was just really great. Really impactful story. And then Saturday sessions, the first one I went to was really great. It was all about social media and school boards and the First Amendment. And it was led by Brent Clark, who is the Director for Communications for Des Plaines, I believe, somewhere out in that direction. And just talked about, and some attorneys talked about kind of balancing the obligations of being board members and how we balance that with free speech and what we post online, and very interesting. On Saturday, I attended sessions focused on communications, labor relations, and AI. The first one was Can We Talk? Which I know I've had a lot of conversations with all of us about, but just focus on like closed session guidelines and texting and email and how can we as board members communicate with one another. It confirmed that what we have in practice is the right things to be doing. And then went to some other sessions that were also very impactful. And Sunday, I began with a session that was specifically designed for new board members and was led by IASB. We talked about early challenges, early lessons, and shared experiences, and then closed with a powerful keynote on positivity and putting practical actions in place to build positive leadership. So that was my experience.
I can go real quick. Yeah, so I learned not to work a half a day on Friday and go down because parking and traffic is terrible, but able to get there for the Friday afternoon session. I went to the annual superintendent evaluation, just looking at different ways to evaluate the superintendent. I thought there were some good parts, there were some parts that, I probably want to bring back as suggestions. Saturday morning started off with that speaker, agreed with everything that's been said. I think for me, it was the best speaker that I've seen in my 4 years going down there. And really liked, his book and him partnering with, I believe, the person that wrote the Energy Bus for the Six Dimes and a Nickel. So I think that was really good. And then Saturday, the first session I went to was the school finance, what will 2026 bring? Now, a lot of good news in there, but it was interesting just to hear where different districts are at and what their concerns are. And I think it's different across the state from top to bottom, left to right. So that was really interesting to sit through and take some notes on, what that looks like for next year. And then my final session was student voice. So it was Oswego School District. So they've been doing it. I think, they kind of pulled the room. I think 25% of school districts, it seemed like in that particular group, had students, sit up on the board. And I think it was really neat for me to see they've both moved on to college and what their aspirations are just from being on the board. Like one of them is considering like running for legislation, which I thought was really neat, but just what they learned, what they took away, and what they're able to give back, and they still come back as like a reunion. And then I really liked the fact that they had set up a student superintendent advisory council, which it sounds like we're doing as well. And they kind of formed that committee based on the ones that also applied, but didn't necessarily were chosen. So I thought that was neat that they still kept them involved, especially the senior junior way that we're planning to do it will really help guide that. So I thought that one was probably the best of the 3 sessions I attended, but, that speaker was really good. So, yeah, good conference.
I would echo what the other board members said about some of the speakers, so I won't regurgitate everything that they shared. I think my takeaways from this, one, this was my first conference, being elected in this position, and I found it extremely valuable, specifically networking and meeting other leaders, other board members from across school districts, all across the entire state of Illinois, superintendents, administration from other school districts. And, you know, I did a school finance one, I did the trusts, one that Mr. Beckley was talking about, special education one. But certainly I think if I could boil down the takeaways, one is I do feel, in one of the sessions I went to, they walked through various board-related scenarios, and what it keep coming back to was it's really important for us to have board norms and establish that, and I felt proud that we actually did create a list of board norms for us, and we read them out loud to the public, so it's transparent, we voted on them, and I see the great value of that, because so many of the challenges through the various scenarios that were presented in one of these breakout groups with actual real scenarios that happen with other school boards, it keep coming back down to how do we agree to talk and engage with each other. And even though the point of us being on this board is not to agree with every issue, rather, but to be able to have some respectful dialogue with each other about issues that could create some controversy. And I think at the end of the day, you know, I hope that we could re-embrace those norms that we established. And I know we've talked about this, but maybe even having a copy at our desk so we can remind ourselves what those norms are, because we did a lot of work on that with ISBE, and I feel like that's something we should continue to promote among us so we can be effective in our leadership as a board. And the last takeaway I had was really a renewed appreciation for this district and for Ms. Lombard and your team, because hearing the countless stories, challenges that other districts face, knowledge that, or maybe not, I don't want to say knowledge, but maybe in some cases, the lack of forethought, the lack of some planning within some districts, it really gave me a renewed appreciation of how far we've come as a district, and has made me actually even more excited to be in this position to work alongside Ms. Lombard, you, our fellow board members, and the rest of your administration. So, thank you.
All right, I'll go, and for sake of time, I won't have every cabinet member go after, although I told them to be prepared for that, so maybe in 2 weeks you can share your updates, your takeaways. Again, I won't go on with the speakers, they were fantastic. We don't always have that for some of the large opening sessions and keynotes, but did purchase some books based on what we heard from there. So very, very interesting in the ties that you could take to education. Friday, I was here and did those, so didn't have any sessions in the morning and afternoon component before the opening and all of that. But a couple of the ones to highlight from Saturday was the very first one, and it was you know, your early session, right? But the presenter was fantastic. I believe that was the same one that you had a half day with. But it really talked about how important, and it was all about culture. It was all about those interactions that you have and to take those opportunities. A lot of it was around your staff, but also with your students, with your community members, with your parents, and really building those relationships, truly hearing the experiences that people have, because their perspectives are what should shape the decisions that we're making. And everybody has a different story, and how to truly listen to those, build that interaction and connection. Because again, whether it's a staff member, a student, community member, parent, they're part of this organization, and they should be the people that we are truly tapping into as we move forward. But it was just in that hour, and the different interactions, I mean, there were things I already had, okay, guys, I got ideas for, Institute Day and some of the pieces coming up, but, to be able to have some of that networking, and taking back, information on the majority of people that I had partnered up with for different things, because you only have so many seconds to get with them, were various board members from all across the state, and those connections, to be able to continue to have, and, those contacts. But again, it's just about that power of, interactions and relationships, and truly, truly listening to people, not just, all right, I hear you, I meet you, and I move out the door. Another one was called Decisions. And so it was, going through various scenarios. It was okay. It was not as energizing and whatnot, but it was interesting to hear. And again, makes me very grateful, for the team that we have, here but it talked about the various decisions and, you know, the decisions that, the school board should be making, the superintendent, the things together, the administration and the buildings. But again, it's that, how do you collaborate together and know, how to work as a team? And it makes you proud to think about, a lot of the, progress that we have made and the things that we have, done together. Figures are okay. And then, the last one I want to highlight, was talking about, and it was a component where they had an outside, group that came in and did year-long work. And I'd probably, you know, do it differently, and there was probably a cost to that. And, but it was working with there were 3 different school districts. There was probably others that they had worked with too, but it was shifting the mindset of the central office. And we talk all the time about, right, this building and the people that, work in this building truly should be the supports to make sure that the other buildings can do what they need to do for students. But it's shifting the individual mindset that every department, not just L&I, impacts and should have an impact and critical eye and lens on student achievement. And so whether you're overseeing the food service department, it's more than just the menu creation, but how do the decisions we make out of every department impact student growth and student learning and the experiences that they have. And so again, we can do that, right? We talk about that all the time in our meetings. But some of the takeaways are the things that came out of that were, yep, we've got this, yep, we're doing this. This is something that we can continue, or it's just changes in our conversations. Again, keep our eye on what's that ultimate goal, and that's student achievement, regardless of what our role or position is. So it was a great conference. So
Rolling everybody else to.
we'll roll them in. They can write it in their updates.
Well, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it, because I enjoy going to those two and learning. My son had a soccer showcase in Arizona, so that's why I didn't have a report for you. So I just want to let you know.
No worries.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
All right, with that, move on to 12.3, the minutes. There's 2 sets of minutes there from November 6 and 13. I'd like to move those forward. All the same to everyone else, for the regular meeting for approval. All right, not hearing any objections. Item 13, public comment, C1. Just one?
Just one.
Julia Stelzner, come on down.
Oh, we're on. Okay, perfect. Hi, sorry. So I came up here because I had a couple questions. The first one actually got addressed for me, so thank you, Mr. Bobby. I wanted to ask about norms and about respect and about how we don't interrupt people and about how we don't talk over them and we don't insult people and we don't yell. I work in 2 schools. I work in middle school, but I also work at Conley, 3rd to 5th graders. And in some ways, I think that sometimes there's better behavior over there than what I've seen. This is not good. It's not a good look for the 6 of us that are sitting here trying to watch and follow and pay attention and be involved, it's really disrespectful when the people who are asked cannot finish their sentences because people are yelling and people are interrupting repeatedly. We've gone over the norms, we read them out loud. I'm not sure as adults why that's a problem. So, just stop. Oh, cool. Speaking of interruptions.
You have the floor still.
No, that's okay. Sorry, thank you. So I think that's just really important as we model for our student representatives, as we model for everyone watching, as we model for our community, that we are respectful. I think it's really important, so that's what I'll start with. My other questions involve obviously the levy and the abatement. I have been here long enough to remember the last couple of levy and abatements that we had that were equally as contentious. We had a different president and a different board, and they fought about the levy and fought about the levy until someone pointed out that we were hemorrhaging teachers and we couldn't keep them unless we were able to get a contract and pay them what they were worth. Our school is amazing. The lifeblood of our school is our students, but it's also our teachers. And it very much seems from things that I've heard that contracts for HESPA, contracts for HEA are viewed as nuisances, that they're viewed as expenses that are simply too high and not worth it. And I don't agree. I don't think the cost of a pizza is worth the teacher. I don't think, I'll give you $50. I don't want to be able to have a free pizza if it means that my child will not have adequate teachers. We have a lot of turnover, at least it seems more than before that we've had in years. And I'm not talking about the scheduled retirements. We really need to invest not just in our students, but invest in our teachers. They're the ones that are teaching our kids. I'm not sure if it was you, Mr. Bittman, or you, Mr. Troy, that said that student-facing roles are incredibly important. Those are the student-facing roles, that's it. 2 years ago, there was, like I said, different board, different president. What was cut? How was the budget fixed? I'd like to know specifically. Because I see the amazing budgets that Mr. Altmeyer puts out, everything's color-coded, and it's all in a row, and it's neat, and it's added, and I can easily follow exactly where the money is going or not going. It was 2 years, what happened? Like, it is possible sometimes that whole idea of there's inflation, there's tariffs, things are expensive, they need to be paid for. People don't work for free. People get sick. These things happen. And to just say, well, we need to cut the budget and have no plan for that is very, very short-sighted. Because in the end, it won't matter how much money we give back to the community if they send their kids to classrooms that are empty because there's not a teacher to teach them. I remember a couple years ago when like half of the dual language department on this campus left. The teachers were gone. They moved to other districts where they got paid tens of thousands of dollars more. And it was documented. That's truth. I have receipts. So I'm really concerned, once again, that we're not just even discussing it, we're fighting about it, and we shouldn't be. We should just be respectfully discussing it. And we are, again, implying that the budget's too high, but there's not a solution. We don't have a magic wand for money, but we have to pay our teachers. We have to pay healthcare. We have to do these things. People are more important than pizza. Teachers are more important than pizza. My son's education, why I moved here, it was not for a tax rebate. It was for the school and the education, and that is what I am paying for. And it matters. And I just, since there was all sorts of stuff bandied about this evening about people not wanting to give abatements, even though we've done it for, what, 10 years in the past 15? 11? 11, thank you. 11 years in the past 15. We're not against giving money back to the community, but we need to pay our teachers and we need to be solvent. And that's really, really important. $32 is not worth the cost of an education. It's just not. So anyway, thank you. I'm sure my time is up. Thank you for letting me speak without interrupting. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, no further public comment. I will enter into closed session at 9:44 p.m. For items on the discussion list here, number of exceptions from the Open Meetings Act. the appointment, employment, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees or legal counsel. Item 11, placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. Number 12, litigation. Number 15, discussion of minutes, meetings lawfully closed under this act, period.
Second.
Second by Mr. Crotty. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Feckery?
Yes.
Mr. Cray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Bivin?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. We're in closed session, and go Bears. All right, we're resuming open session after exiting closed session. It is 11:39 PM. Have roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bivin,
Here.
Mr. Bobby,
Here.
Mr. Craddy,
Here.
Mr. Feckity,
Here.
Mrs. Murray.
Here.
Mr. Troy.
Here. All right, we have quorum at 6 people. We do have one action item coming out of closed session. I move to approve the Illinois State Board of Education mediation agreement with modified language pertaining to reimbursement amount.
Second.
Second by Mr. Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with modification. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Mrs. Murray.
Yes.
Mr. Feckity.
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Mr. Bobby.
Yes.
Mr. Bivin.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 16, adjournment. Motion to adjourn 11:40 PM.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckity. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Good night and good luck.
That's right.
I'll bring those, tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
What is wrong
Sure, you
with
have to
me?
wait till I go back.
What, did you bring them?
Yeah.
Neither did I, but I knew I'd be here tomorrow. I was like, oh, man.
19 degrees,
Yeah.
we need warmer than that.
You guys have argument about this? I kind of want to keep it.
Oh, the archery thing?
Yeah. It should be like 2025-01.
We've never had it written like that.
I've never heard of a safety model mediation agreement. I just want to make sure that, because we have students and employee and
Everyone drive safe.
whatever, but.
You too,
Yeah, you too, Sharon.
You too, Sharon. All right.